February 2025, it was a hot mess. The configuration was bogged down by the weak Z2 Go processor, which didn't play nice with Windows. And running Windows 11 with 32 gigabytes of memory, man, this weaker handheld was just as expensive, if not more so, than the original Legion Go. But I'm happy to say Lenovo has righted the ship by launching the Go S with the Z1 Extreme and Steam OS built in. But this system is still expensive. The Steam OS powered handheld beat out the Ally X in synthetic benchmarks by as much as 9%. The elephant in the room here is, of course, the Steam Deck. And even with its recent price increases, it's still cheaper than the Go S. But not only do you get a higher resolution display with this Legion Go S, you also get as much as double the performance. Jackie got a solid 60 FPS playing Baldur's Gate 3, and that's something you just can't do on the old Steam Deck. A great handheld gaming system is about more than just raw performance though. It also needs to be comfortable to use, and despite the system being one of the largest we've used, it's extremely comfortable. The Lenovo Legion Go S has rounded edges that give you something to hold on to, and the Go S also has one of the most beautiful LCD displays out there and proves that OLED isn't the only way to get a great picture in 2026. Back when Intel launched its Panther Lake laptop chips at CES 2026, the writing was on the wall as far as making their way into handhelds. The MSI Claw 8 EX AI Plus isn't perfect, and if you have small hands, might be a problem. This is an absolute behemoth of a handheld gaming PC, but that physical size is matched by its power. You can turn some settings up in games like Crimson Desert and Cyberpunk while still getting decent frame rates. This is one of the first handhelds we tested with the new Intel Arc G3 Extreme chip, and friends, it blows the AMD Ryzen Z2 Extreme out of the water. Better still, the Claw 8 EX AI Plus is the same price as the Lenovo Legion Go 2 right now, but it is up to 55% faster, and this is just 8 months after Lenovo's handheld hit the market. This is a gorgeous LCD panel that gets super bright with excellent color accuracy. However, at a whopping $1,799. Oh, that's hard to swallow. I still want an OLED panel if I'm going to be paying that much. Is that too much to ask? For years, the Steam Machine was the budget pick for handheld PC gaming, but those days are over. Ever since Valve raised the price on its handhelds, the base white Asus ROG Xbox Ally is now the budget champ with comparable performance to Valve's handheld, but at a lower price point. The downside being it still comes with Windows, which does hold it back a bit, but you can always toss Bazzite or Steam OS on there instead. It is no secret that gaming hardware has been skyrocketing in price this year due to the ongoing RAM crisis, but somehow Asus has managed to avoid raising the price on the base ROG Xbox Ally so far. It's still a $599 handheld, which seemed steep when it first came out, but after the Steam Deck went up in price earlier this year, it seems like a bargain now. But like with any budget option, there's going to be some compromises. In testing, the Xbox Ally was drastically slower than handhelds with the Z2 Extreme processor. In Cyberpunk 2077, for example, with a high preset at the native 1080p resolution and FSR set to quality, the Xbox Ally only eked out a meager 22 FPS compared to 44 FPS from the Xbox Ally X at the same settings. That seems bad, but keep in mind it is nearly half the price. Current generation handheld gaming PCs seem to be stuck around 2.5 hours of battery life, and the Xbox Ally is no different. Playing Cyberpunk 2077 at its default power profile of 15 watts will give you about 2.5 hours of gameplay before it shuts down. It would have been nice if Asus could have used the same 80 watt-hour battery it stuck in the Xbox Ally X, if only to stretch the battery a bit more, but hey, that probably would have raised the price a little bit. Another tick in the Ally's favor is it's probably the most comfortable gaming handheld to actually hold and play. And because of the less powerful hardware, the white Xbox Ally actually gets an edge because it's a bit lighter, which means less wrist strain over long gaming sessions. The Xbox Ally gets even better when you install Steam OS or Bazzite. I'm detecting a bit of a theme here, but since this version of the Xbox Ally only comes with 16 gigabytes of RAM, Windows doesn't always play nicely on it. In fact, during her testing, there were several times when the Xbox full screen experience just straight up froze on Jackie. Is it even possible to Control Alt Delete on a gaming handheld? I'm genuinely curious. I don't know if you can do that. Basically, if you have the technical chops, I would recommend installing Bazzite or Steam OS just to get past Microsoft's glitchy OS. There you have it. While the world of handheld gaming PCs continues to grow in both possibilities and in price, these are our picks for the best of the best. If you have a chunk of money laying around and you want to take your PC gaming on the go, definitely consider picking up one of these recommended machines. And while you're at it, check out our video on how you can build your very own DIY Steam machine. For everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
It's almost hard to believe it's been 7 years since the last new mainline Gears of War game, and as one of Xbox's marquee franchises, it seems a lot is riding on the upcoming Gears of War E-Day. I recently played roughly 10 hours of its revamped multiplayer, and yep, it sure is Gears of War. Even with that long gap, it feels both extremely familiar to play and refreshing for reasons you may not exactly anticipate. The meaningful changes I've noticed so far are perhaps more subtle, specifically the refined control scheme which shined in both the Versus and new Horde Siege modes I played. There's a lot to dig into, so gear up for my breakdown on how the big chunky boys from COG are back. I'm mostly going to dive into Horde Siege mode since that's where I spent most of my time, and it's also the most exciting thing that'll carry Gears E-Day's multiplayer component. But first things first, Gears E-Day features some important changes to how the series has traditionally controlled. The A button is fully dedicated to taking cover and moving around cover now, as well as dodge rolling and now sliding. While sprinting, aka the artist formerly known as Roadie Run, is now mapped to the left stick click. And the Y button is dedicated to vaulting, mantling, and jumping. Yes, you can actually jump in a Gears of War game. It took quite some time for me to rewire my brain since we've all been so used to the A button controlling all of these actions depending on the context in which you press it. But once I acclimated with the new controls, I can't really go back. Now, the PvP versus portion of the beta was pretty standard fare with 2 modes on 2 maps. Team Deathmatch works like it usually does in Gears games, where 2 teams of 4, COG versus Locust, have 15 cumulative lives to live, and once a team hits 0, their respawn gets disabled as each player gets 1 more life before elimination in that round. Conquest is the normal control point style mode where 2 teams battle for marked territory that moves across the map, as each point gets held down until one team holds it for long enough. The 2 maps in the beta, Market and Outpost, reflect the traditional symmetrical map design with close-quarter shootouts dictated by lanes, sightlines, and cover spots to take advantage of and flank your opponents. Playing your angles and corners and exploiting the stickiness of the cover system is still very much the bread and butter of Versus mode, as is the usual shotgun meta. Basically, sprint then go into a slide as you hip-fire a Nasher into opponents before dodge rolling out of danger. It's not exactly interesting anymore and hasn't been for a while, but it's still decent fun to give it a whirl for a bit. And let's be honest, it wouldn't be Gears PvP without it, right?
One down!
However, what my time with PvP highlighted is that despite still feeling like you're controlling big-ass dudes slamming into cover, you're a lot more nimble thanks to the new movement system. I can pop in and out of cover quicker, vault over cover spots easily, and get into a sprint without much friction, loosening up the flow of Gears without losing its identity. Whereas before, I found myself fighting the control scheme itself where the A button would too often not do the thing I intended to do, especially in tense firefights and panic-induced situations where split-second decisions matter. There's also a little more emphasis on verticality since you have a dedicated jump and mantle action with the Y button. It may not sound like much, but in a game that's all about positioning and angles, it adds a dimension to the Gears combat formula for both what you can do as a player and how maps are generally designed when they don't have to be as flat. Okay, now let's get into the star of the show, the brand new Horde Siege mode. The series pioneered the wave-based PvE multiplayer formula with its Horde mode back in Gears of War 2, and it's been a staple ever since. But instead of loading into a confined singular level specifically built for a Horde mode, Horde Siege matches spread objectives and enemy waves across a much bigger map where everything happens at once. This is the city of Kelowna, where Gears E-Day's story takes place, and these are the ruins left in the wake of Emergence Day when the Locusts attacked. So right off the bat, there's a thematic coherence between the campaign story and the multiplayer mode itself. Your team isn't alone either. 3 teams of 4 queue into a Horde Siege match, and each team is given their own starting point and objective locations. The main task seems to always be defending a rig from waves of locusts, but teams have optional side objectives they can complete beforehand. These usually involve destroying a set of locust assets as they spawn into the areas surrounding it, and you'll get additional rewards and in-match currency for gear and defenses. For the main objective, your team will decide when to initiate the fight, and once you do, you're locked into defending that position until you fend off all waves. You also have 3 styles of Horde Siege missions to pick from. Blitz gives you 1 main objective against 3 waves. Normal Siege gives you 3 objectives against 3 waves each. And Standard Horde gives you 1 objective against the full 10 waves. Take that! Regardless of mission type, you'll need to extract after the final wave to get the full set of match rewards. A helicopter will fly in and land at different locations while you try to survive an indefinite wave of even more locusts, which heightens the stakes and keeps you fighting until the very end of the match.
Look alive! We have an armored brewmac in play.
It's almost open world-ish and has the slight vibe of a persistent world as multiple teams are playing in any given instance in parallel. While you don't necessarily share objectives, you'll often see them fighting off their own waves of locusts in the distance or next door. It's cool to see, but it could be a nuisance when they drag their set of enemies toward you, especially when you're in between waves trying to prepare for the next one. In a pinch though, you can naturally get some assistance if another team wants to help mow down your locust, lest they become targets themselves. That also feeds into an element of emergent gameplay, if you will, since you never really know what positions you'll have to defend when queuing into a match, forcing you to adapt to the surroundings of each key area around Kelowna as objectives get assigned. I played about 6 hours of Horde Siege specifically, and I eventually got some of the same tasks, but it still felt fresh, especially in the normal Siege mission type, since part of the deal is running across Kelowna as you're fighting to survive each moment. I imagine some folks will prefer the more mechanical, clear-cut nature and defined spaces of the traditional Horde mode, but so far I feel like this is a more dynamic take that really complements what Gears has historically done well. As for the action itself, it's the tried and true Gears gameplay, and with my usual combo of Gnasher and Longshot working as well as I've always remembered. And tossing a frag into a locust hole to nip the wave in the bud is as satisfying as it's always been. The aforementioned qualities of the new movement system also shine here. Now I know the way you play a Horde mode as opposed to a versus match is very different due to the chaotic movement patterns of actual players, but for the purposes of PvE, repositioning and getting between cover feels smoother than ever, which is important because Locust Hordes seem to barrel down at you at an alarming rate in each wave. And in a way, it's more overwhelming than anything I've seen in previous Gears games. Handling fast-moving wretches and normal drones backed by the occasional boomer, it isn't too challenging, but when multiple berserkers and those new hulking tanks 5 times the size of a boomer pile onto you all at once, it's tough to manage.
Marcus is down!
Frantically repositioning and making the extra effort to revive down squad mates seemed to be the remedy, and once I came to grips with this, I was able to get through a full 10 waves consistently. Mechanically speaking, it's currently not quite as intricate as Gears 5's Horde mode in terms of character classes and the more strategy-focused gameplay elements like building barricades and turrets for defense. You still earn currency based on performance, but so far it's mainly for building turrets in predefined positions or restocking on ammo at supply caches. As a reminder, this is a beta, so the progression system, unlocks, and rewards are subject to change.
Mind if I do?
What I see now, though, is a more simplified class system with Assault, Breacher, Marksman, and Medic having just a tactical cooldown related to their specialty. But I am looking forward to the attachment and upgrade system for specific weapons as I get deeper into it when the full game comes out. Despite putting in about 10 hours in the beta, there's still plenty more I want to see and do, which isn't something I would have necessarily said about a Gears game in the past. This has been the longest gap between major entries, so hopefully the wait results in a multiplayer suite that has the legs to sustain the series for the long term. And we won't have to wait long, since Gears of War E-Day fully emerges on October 6th for Xbox Series X and S and PC. For more on the latest games surrounding Xbox, check out my review of Halo Campaign Evolved, or tune into our weekly podcast, Unlocked, where we had a lengthy discussion about the Gears E-Day beta. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
All accounted for? Good. Control, this is KRA-0. We're heading back to base. Excellent work out there. Time for a little R&R. You earned it.
It's about my daughter.
Losing yourself, that's worse than death.
Those burns. Didn't know anyone survived. You've been out for blood all this time?
Finally! I found you.
Boom!
What kind of edge runner are you?
You're a weapon? A weapon made out of people?
From Software isn't new to multiplayer. Invasions have been a staple in the Souls games, and we just came off of Elden Ring's co-op twist with Night Rain. But the Duskbloods is something very different and new territory for the team, and to simply label it as a PvPvE game is to really undersell what it is. It has that familiar tough action combat packaged in phase-based matches where 8 players compete for what are essentially victory points on a map in order to advance to subsequent phases, which then concludes in a 3-player PvP brawl. I got to play about 8 hours of the Duskbloods on a visit to From Software in Tokyo, and while there are a ton of nuances I'll dissect in this preview, I'll say up front that it has the makings of another hit in the Souls lineage, where fun is found in the challenge and the mysteries of its world propel you to keep pushing. Just now, in the context of a competitive multiplayer Switch 2 exclusive. But if any team can pull off such a wild idea, it'd be director Hidetaka Miyazaki and company. So buckle up, y'all. The Duskbloods just might be the most complex and most fascinating project to come out of From Software yet. The build I played alongside other media and content creators is the same as the network test, and all the gameplay you're seeing here was provided by Nintendo and From Software since we were not permitted to record our own. You'll notice the UI is removed and that there are specific features I'm not able to show, so I'll need to lay some groundwork since the Duskbloods has a lot of moving parts. This is a multiplayer-only Switch 2 game, and 8 players queue into a match as one of the several characters known as the Bloodsworn, each of which have their own weapons, ranged attacks, and special abilities. Every match has 3 phases that last about 8 minutes each, where you must earn virtue points to survive the culling. While everyone makes it past Phase 1, the bottom 2 players are eliminated after Phase 2, and the bottom 3 are gone after Phase 3. That leaves 3 players who are then transported to a closed-off combat arena under a blood-red sky to duke it out in the finale called the Moonblood Bestowal. A full match can last about 30 minutes, but when all 4 parts are varied and feel like an intense race against the clock and other players, it's easy to lock in and stay focused as every moment counts. Now, how do you earn virtue points? There are commendations that award points to the players with the most PvE enemy kills, called Bloodfang Virtue, and or the most items collected, called Collector Virtue. This can change as the match goes on since points will be awarded and taken away based on how you stack against others, but these stats are never displayed. There's also Flame Virtue, which are these collectible purple embers you'll see on thrones of skeletons found in specific regions of the map. The region where these spawn is randomized in each phase, but their locations within that region seem to be similar. Repulsion virtue is given when killing powerful enemies called trespassers, which you can do alongside other players, and these are marked on your map. They vary in difficulty and they can take a long time to defeat, and they may not be the best use of your time early on in a match. Each Bloodsworn also has what's called a sigil, which is a unique objective for that character, and completing it rewards virtue points, but more on that later. Lastly, my favorite method of earning virtue is through what are called rituals, because this is where things get really spicy between players. In the back half or so of phases 2 and 3, a certain section of the map will be outlined in gold, signifying the ritual site, with 4 or 5 capture points marked within that boundary, turning the match into a sort of King of the Hill style game. Capturing a point rewards you with pledge virtue, however you have to hold the action button for about 10 seconds to capture it, thus leaving you vulnerable to other players and enemies who might be barreling down on you. Furthermore, other players can steal your capture point, which then takes away your virtue and gives it to them. I love swooping in to capture a point right when they open and hoping no one else contests it, but the tension goes crazy when I have to hold onto and defend my point. And this is where the PvP component really matters. Only inside ritual sites can you earn sword virtue, which rewards you for killing other players. It truly turns into a PvP zone when you're trying to capture points, defend them, and fight other players, but the virtue you gain can stack quickly and shoot you up the rankings. The element of surprise works wonders, since getting the jump on players by using your map knowledge and your Bloodsword's abilities effectively will make quick work of them, and the push and pull dynamic this creates is absolutely thrilling. It's worth noting that you'll keep respawning in matches, so dying doesn't mean elimination, and you're not obligated to participate in rituals since it's more like a map event. But it's high risk, high reward, and for the sickest of soul sickos, the risk is so compelling. If you decide to take part, you'll want to look out for goldstones and redstones, which are items that spawn around the ritual site. These will boost the virtue gained from capturing points and killing other players, respectively. Phases 2 and 3 may also get randomized map events to shake things up. One I kept getting allowed me to call in airstrikes from a Zeppelin that lingers up in the sky, which can decimate anything within range, including yourself. It's definitely handy for keeping folks away from my precious ritual spots. But some are opportunities to earn more virtue, like one that rewards the first player to ring the bell atop the tallest building on the map. I was able to do this before anyone else by finding clever ways of climbing up the tower, and it was chaos having 5 or so other players scrambling on the way up and taking potshots at each other. So I was able to consistently make it to the finale since I grasped the virtue system quickly, but the 3-player PvP brawl here at the end taps into a whole different skill set, and almost had us moving like it was a fighting game or one of those 3D arena brawlers. It can be overwhelming if you don't know how to manage the chaos though. There isn't as much room for trickery in this closed arena, so it's more about reading your opponents and really understanding what their specific Bloodsworn is capable of while keeping your head on a swivel, especially when everyone has a summoned NPC companion to fight alongside them. Each player gets 2 lives, so there are opportunities to make a comeback, but if you can't hang with the speed and demand of head-to-head PvP, it can be rough going. That's the Soul Style challenge, but damn is it rewarding when you can pull it off in the end. Let me take a step back for a moment because there's a lot more that goes into pursuing virtue points and getting combat ready. You have to level up in-match to get stronger, gain more HP and stamina, and build out your Bloodsworn's capabilities. If you're not defeating enemies at a solid pace, you can end up underpowered later on in the match, so it's important to stay active at every second. You can gain XP fairly quickly and end up around level 17 or 20 by the final phase, but you gotta be grinding. Each Bloodsworn gains a new special ability at level 12 as well, and these are so important to have in tough battles. For example, my favorite Bloodsworn, Trong Lan, has a cloaking ability to start, but at level 12 she can then summon a massive snake to direct heavy AoE damage and knockback. Meanwhile, the noble skeleton Senator Samir Patris can transform into a dinosaur that homes in on targets, chews them up, and tosses them aside, which became an early favorite during the preview. We had access to 6 Bloodsworn and 10 are planned for the full release, and they were all distinct enough to form a unique approach. Sniper Layla has melee attacks of course, but she emphasizes long-range shots, as her name would imply, and almost plays like it's a third-person shooter. Albert is your sort of all-rounder, while the pajama boy Bloodhand Jan sports an axe and mage-like fire spells. However, I can't tell y'all how many times the armor-clad chicken man named Zork knocked me on my ass with his jetpack rushdown. Yeah, I'm beefing with my roommate Blessing Adeoye Jr. from Kinda Funny, who was maining Zork at this preview event. But that's part of learning how to play the Dustbloods. It's about understanding movesets and knowing how to counter what you're up against when it comes time for PvP. Furthermore, these characters have their own sigils you can activate before a match. As I mentioned earlier, these are objectives unique to them. For example, Tronglan's sigil makes you seek out a certain player as a target, and the Senator lets you propose to another player in hopes they'll accept. This is one area that director Hidetaka Miyazaki told me he's paying attention to with regards to player reception, as these are one of the wild cards that can affect the typical cadence of a match. As far as gameplay feel, it's comparable to, say, Bloodborne or Night Rain, but not quite Sekiro in terms of speed. You have a normal and heavy attack, a projectile, a block, a parry with a perfect time block, and a sonic howl that will stagger enemies when executed in the parry window. You can then bite the neck of staggered enemies, which causes big damage and heals you, and when done to weaker enemies, this will turn them into minions who follow you around the map and fight for you. More importantly, NPC companions called kin are one of the biggest keys to success in the Dustbloods. You'll find glowing symbols across the map to summon kin, who will then accompany you for the rest of the match. Depending on their type, they can either fight alongside you or provide support. They level up independently and are another way to create a sort of build throughout the match. If they die, they'll go on cooldown before being able to return to the field, but make sure they're always present. While there will be 3 maps at launch, we only got to play one map called Luanro City, and it evokes a bit of the grim Victorian vibe of Bloodborne, especially as it gets deeper into the night with each passing phase. So at the start of a phase, you choose the general area to spawn into, and then you'll get a random spot within it. Foggy swamps, a towering cathedral, dirty city streets, crowded rooftops, poisonous sewers, and a bridge that runs through the middle of the map. These all make up the interconnected regions. Markers on the map indicate which of these regions have which perks during the phase, such as Flame Virtue, weapon upgrades, or bonus kin XP for example. But getting to and from these hotspots efficiently is such an important key to success. Even after about 8 hours of game time, I was still discovering the intricacies of the map and formulating new tactics just as I thought it was starting to get repetitive. If the first map is this dense, I'm hyped to see what the others can offer. Verticality is very much a highlight in the Dustbloods. No, you don't get a double jump or a triple jump, but a quadruple jump and an air dash along with it, and you can charge up that first jump to fly into the air. Along with infinite sprint, this movement system makes things feel fast-paced and match the hustle required once the clock starts ticking. Hopping across rooftops, boosting up floors above, and well, air dashing isn't exactly what you would expect from a Soul-style game, but it works well for navigating such a varied map very quickly. Part of me wants to say this plays closer to a character action game like Devil May Cry at times, especially when PvP battles start to break out and you could bust out a lot of these moves in a moment's notice. This brings me to my main complaint with the Dustbloods though, the lock-on targeting system. Souls games haven't always been great about camera angles and targeting, and those issues are exacerbated with the speed of this game and with the frenetic movement of actual human players. The camera whips at breakneck speed when a targeted player charge jumps into the air, and it sometimes just doesn't read certain enemies in the field when trying to swap targets. It's sort of an impossible task with this particular style of action game, but I hope there will be improvements with smarter camera behavior or just on-screen readability when multiple players and their kin are flying all over the place. This won't apply to every scenario, but one tactic I began using was to just try keeping everything in front of me to mitigate the limitations of the camera and lock-on system. Perhaps the co-op DNA can take some of the edge off too. When facing trespassers, you can temporarily link up with other players to split the work, and all participants get virtue points if the group defeats it. You can also form an alliance, and this adds another dynamic because some players might not even know that you're teamed up with somebody. Of course, if you make it to the final phase, the alliance breaks and you still have to duke it out. There's also a queue for duos matches where 2 players share the virtue points to advance. The difference being that in that final phase, it's the 2 best teams who go into a 2v2 fight for victory. So the Dustbloods doesn't always have to be a lonely endeavor. Now, Miyazaki said it himself that board games and tabletop RPGs were a definite influence when coming up with the rules and mechanics for the Dustbloods. Thankfully, there's a lengthy tutorial that does just enough to prepare you. He admits that this is the most complex game he's worked on, but like a good board game, once you grasp the rules and get enough reps, matches will start to flow naturally. This is just a network test, meaning it's a small portion of what will be available on launch. From Software doesn't have a release date or even a release window yet, and it seemed like Miyazaki and the team are still working out the game's features while looking at the network test as a way to finally get player feedback for adjustments. In our conversation, he emphasized character customization and different options that can change the way you approach matches if you don't exactly love the PvP aspect, so you can still work toward unlocking additional features for characters and story content back at the hub area called the House of Night. These things aren't in place quite yet, but it's good to know that it is a point of emphasis. I asked him if he's concerned about a skill gap growing as time goes on, given how much PvP is a part of this game. Miyazaki said matchmaking will account for skill level, but the team is also working on systems to incentivize veteran players to assist newcomers and for ways to make the early game feel more welcoming. He said story cutscenes and progression won't be so reliant on winning matches either, so making it to the final phase and focusing more on the PvE aspects will still be rewarding. However, if you are a PvP fiend, he hinted at an invasion-style option where you can be a 9th player dropping into an ongoing match to simply fight other players, and perhaps that'll be another one of those curveballs From Software likes throwing into its games. I really enjoyed what I played because the Dustbloods is clearly built for those who crave discovery, enjoy the unexpected nature of From Software's work, and the sort of meta you'd see in a fighting game. It'll be a tricky balancing act with all of these moving parts while trying to maintain an audience for a fairly complex game on Switch too. Miyazaki didn't seem too concerned though, saying that even though he himself is not that great at action games, he wanted to build something that he would enjoy regardless. And I suppose that's all you can do in a time where multiplayer games struggle to find their footing. FromSoft has the chops, and I can't wait to see what the Duskbloods becomes when it actually comes out. For more on upcoming Switch exclusives, check out our preview for Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave and the discussions on our weekly podcast, Nintendo Voice Chat. And please, be sure to read my interview with From Software's president and director of this game, Hidetaka Miyazaki, on IGN.com, link in the description below. And as always, stick with IGN.
As a kid, one of my favourite moments in The Empire Strikes Back was when Han and Chewie got the drop on an Imperial probe droid on Hoth by flanking it on either side and blasting it to bits. So you can imagine I was pretty stoked when Star Wars Zero Company allowed me to pull off plenty of ice-cold combat maneuvers just like it during the first 10 hours of its campaign. When it was first revealed last year, I assumed this turn-based tactics adventure would only appeal to hardcore fans of the genre. That it was merely XCOM with X-Wings, perhaps.
Target down.
However, after getting hands-on with a near-finished build, I'm happy to report that Zero Company's strategic shooting seems extremely approachable for newcomers, without sacrificing any of the complexity that more experienced fans might expect.
Drop one.
It's a bit like a Sarlacc pit, very easy to drop into, but you might be surprised at just how deep it gets.
Get down.
Before I could get stuck into its enjoyable blaster-based battles though, I had to first create my character. In Zero Company, you play primarily as Hawks, a former captain of the Grand Army of the Republic who's charged with leading a special forces group dubbed Zero Company and investigating a mysterious new paramilitary cult known as the Infinite Coil.
You seek deliverance. You seek answers. I have both.
You don't get to choose Hawk's backstory, but you do get to design their look by paging through a healthy variety of species, facial features, combat specializations, and clothing options. I had no regrets about the bright purple Twi'lek I created to be my Hawks, but it was nice to know that even if I did grow tired of her floppy head tails, I had the option to completely switch up her species and overall appearance in between missions by returning to the customization station in her home base. To be clear, I'm coming to Zero Company as a lifelong Star Wars fan, not as someone with any real expertise with the turn-based tactics genre at large. However, I was pleased to find that Zero Company's fighting is extremely simple to pick up, thanks to an intuitive control setup and a gentle early tutorial phase. Yet it gradually becomes flexible enough to allow for some really creative battle strategies. During the player's turn, each character gets 3 action points that you can use to reposition them within a set radius, trigger an attack on an enemy, or manually set up an Overwatch cone to automatically target foes that may be on the move once your turn has ended. Additionally, your squad also gets a share pool of advantage points earned for each successful attack you land on the enemy. And they can be spent to unleash unique character abilities, like firing a devastating rocket launcher round or a barrage of sweeping blaster shots to both damage and disorientate an opponent.
Gotcha.
Zero Company's scraps are more like star skirmishes than full-blown Star Wars, but that doesn't mean things don't still get pretty hairy at times. Along the way, your squad of soldiers grows to include everything from medics to marksmen to astromech droids, and getting the team makeup just right is critical in order to keep your success rate high, especially if you opt to play on one of the more challenging of Zero Company's 4 difficulty settings. For the most part, I settled on making my Hawks an all-round gunslinger and brought along with me the burly Cab uppercut to deliver his namesake boxing blows in close quarters melee situations,
Cabby pretty good near this.
former clone trooper Trick to provide cover at range, and a support droid to lob equipable utility items like impact bombs to shatter bands of B-1 battle droids into sparking shards of scrap. However, during my hands-on time, I also got to recruit everyone from jetpack jumping Mandalorians to junior Jedi, and had a great time mixing and matching my squad members as my small army expanded. Zero Company's absorbing combat system benefits further from some handy extra features like the option to call for backup, which orders one of your squad mates to automatically follow up your attack with one of their own to really pile on the punishment.
Nice shot. Another.
I soon settled into a good rhythm of thinning basic ground troops, but just as I was getting comfortable with my stress-tested strategies, Zero Company started introducing interesting new combatants to contend with that forced me to make adjustments to my approach. I quickly found that there's no point targeting droidicas with standard attacks, for example, since their blue shields deflect even your most well-aimed blaster bolts. Instead, I discovered the best way to topple them was to try and trap them within an array of strategically placed Overwatch cones, so that I'd automatically catch them with their shields down while they were rolling to reposition themselves in between turns. The highlight of my Zero Company hands-on, however, was a multi-part mission featuring a familiar sand-hating special guest operator. After a prisoner exchange goes wrong in the cloud city of Bespin, my Hawks found herself paired up with none other than Anakin Skywalker and an unknown stranger packing some serious sharpshooter skills. What ensued was a series of 3 different combat clashes, each with wildly contrasting objectives. In the first, I just needed to survive waves of incoming enemies smashing through the windows. In the second, I was challenged with rescuing a half-dozen innocent civilians before they could get caught in the crossfire.
Get yourself to safety.
While in the third, I was tasked with defusing a series of explosives while dodging attacks from an enemy dropship, which gives you 1 turn's notice before it rains down hell and instantly injures any operators caught in its glowing red strike zones. This entire stretch made for the most intensely challenging and cinematic sequence in my whole hands-on, and the fact that its climax was set against the ticking clock of time bombs placed all the more pressure on my smart decision-making. As you may expect, Anakin is an absolute beast on the battlefield. And I delighted in lining up groups of gun-toting goons and cutting them all down with one spinning hurl of his saber. As the battle transitioned into an open-air rooftop area, I had a great time force-pushing Infinite Coil commandos cowering behind cover right off the edge and watching them plummet down through the clouds to their doom. Of course, although he may be a marauding mass of midichlorians, Anakin is still very much vulnerable to enemy attacks if you mismanage him. Indeed, there were occasions where I got a bit too careless and left him in harm's way at the end of a turn, exposing him to a one-shotting salvo from the gunship in the skies above.
What's all this?
Zero Company may occasionally present you with some pretty powerful allies to play with, but that doesn't mean its strict focus on the use of smart tactics ever wavers. Like a certain scruffy-looking smuggler once said, it's probably best that you
Don't get cocky.
In between missions, you make a hyperspeed jump back to your home base, a decommissioned cargo freighter known as the Den. Here you can shop for new weapon mods like stabilizers to improve your accuracy,
Mean looking thing, isn't it?
recruit new operators for your squad, invest the credits you earn from battles into base upgrades like access to the black market or a droid repair station, or check in with the other members of your team to share war stories or even a tension-easing joke.
That's right. You've heard that one before.
Chatting to the various members of your gang isn't just good for getting to know them, it can also present optional leads that can be pursued by accessing the Den's holotable.
And this distress call was from someone in our old unit.
This galactic map can be used for two main purposes. For starters, it's where you choose your next mission from, and beyond the somewhat linear path of the story's opening hours, you soon get your pick from a variety of mission types at any one time. Whether you want to undertake a daring rescue mission or perhaps a safe-cracking heist instead. These incursions give you direct control of your troops on the ground in a number of different planet-side locations from Lothal to Dantooine, and serve as the real meat of Zero Company's campaign.
Get down there, find out what they're up to. But please, do it quietly. We don't want to tip them off.
Wyatt's my middle name.
No, their middle name's Kef.
You said you weren't going to tell anybody.
Additionally, the holotable is also where you decide which special operations you want to pursue. These are effectively hands-off tasks that often involve deciding on which combination of your operators you want to dispatch for a particular job, such as providing a security detail or boarding a derelict spaceship in order to search for salvage.
Job done.
Your team's success in these jobs and the rewards you earn in terms of credits and influence often depends greatly on the individual bonds between each of the squad members you choose to delegate to.
On to the next.
In fact, these bonds are constantly ebbing and flowing from one battle to the next. And as you strengthen them, you can unlock a number of stat boosts for your teammates like health buffs and critical damage boosts, which prove to be crucial as later combat encounters gradually ramp up the challenge. Certainly Zero Company seems stuffed with careful choices to mull over, whether you're on the battlefield or back at your base.
Quite a grip. Welcome aboard. Nice trick. Let's finish him off.
Zero Company doesn't just have plenty of depth. It also has plenty of death if you're not careful, as in permadeath. While each of your squad mates can be revived a couple of times during a battle,
That's the stuff.
and you can bring them back to full fitness in between missions if you invest your credits in a med bay for the Den,
No injuries too great for my preeminent medical skill.
should they fall for a third time within the same fight, then they're gone for good.
I think something's broken.
And no, this isn't some sort of temporary fake out, like Chewie seemingly exploding in an electrified transport ship, before reappearing seconds later with a weary moan in Star Wars Rise of Skywalker. If you lose a pal in Zero Company, you have zero chance of ever seeing them again, which means there's a serious incentive to not only win each fight, but to keep your whole squad standing at its end.
Thanks for the juice.
Having such high stakes for each and every one of my heroes in Zero Company made me feel far more invested in their fates, especially as many of these support characters seem genuinely likeable, largely thanks to the strong performances from the voice cast.
Buy cheap, never sleep. The credit parting is the future charting.
I was fairly nonplussed when the somewhat witless Rhodian in my party perished within the campaign's first few missions,
We lost one.
but when my blue-skinned bestie Cab Uppercut came home in a body bag after an assault on a smuggler's den that went pear-shaped, I must admit that I felt pretty heartbroken.
Needed help.
Permadeath can be toggled off if you prefer, but personally I plan on leaving it on when I tackle the finished game, because it's a novelty to play through a Star Wars story packed with so much peril. It's one that feels like it was scripted by George R.R. Martin as opposed to George Lucas. That is, assuming the team at developer BitReactor can sand off Zero Company's noticeable rough edges with some last-minute patching in the coming weeks ahead of launch.
Deady good.
Some of these issues were pretty minor, like broken camera angles and a frame rate that occasionally coughs and splutters harder than General Grievous in some of the more graphically dense levels. Others were more annoying, like the times I was unable to target the enemy standing right beside me in a firefight, or move the aiming reticule to the upper levels of an arena. Even when I could target an enemy and had a high percentage chance of hitting them, it was quite shocking how often my character's aim would be worse than Greedo's that time he shot first. But the most egregious errors were the handful of occasions that one of my operators was shot right through solid cover.
Doing too good over here.
I'm fine to run the risk of my favourite characters potentially dying at any given moment, but I want them to perish as a result of my tactical deficiencies, rather than Zero Company's technical ones. However, bugs aside, I've very much enjoyed my time with Zero Company so far, especially as someone who's relatively new to the tactics genre.
Ready to assist.
Thanks.
Its story missions steadily ramp up in scale and intensity and introduced interesting new objectives and enemy types.
Hostiles detected.
Its ever-expanding cast of operators is charismatic enough to make you care.
I speak fluent binary. I was raised by droids.
What?
And there's considerable depth to its character customization, bonding, and skill trees, which I'm keen to tinker with further in order to find the most consistent balance for my fire team. If BitReactor manages to get this thing fully operational, then Star Wars Zero Company could well be a turn-based tactics game to die for when it launches on August 27 for PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Impressive. Most impressive.
For more IGN previews, check out our hands-on impressions of Onimusha Way of the Sword and Swords of Legends, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
How is this possible?
In Tides of Annihilation, it isn't just London Bridge that's falling down. It's the entire city that's been razed to ruins by an unknown presence invading from a mysterious otherworld. And you're the only human survivor left to stop it. This action-adventure, heavily inspired by Arthurian legend, made a serious splash when it was announced early last year. But I was initially concerned that the fast-paced slash-em-up from first-time developer Eclipse Glow Games may have been all style over substance. However, after spending roughly 2 hours of hands-on time with a preview build at a recent event, I'm happy to say that Tides of Annihilation feels just as exhilarating to play as it is utterly dazzling to watch.
You are nothing but a worm, while I am destined for glory.
While previous Tides of Annihilation trailers have depicted a broken down Big Ben and lopsided London Eye, during my hands-on demo my investigations into its blight-riddled version of Old Blighty were restricted to a ruptured reworking of the British Museum. Referred to here as the Great Russell Museum, presumably for boring legal reasons, this iconic piece of architecture has been torn asunder, buckled and blown apart by twisting branches and rivers of red running through it. It's a unique and captivating experience to wander around a modern structure that's been so significantly warped by otherworldly forces. It feels a bit like you hopped on the tube at Waterloo Station but accidentally got off somewhere in Elden Ring's Lands Between. This section is apparently several hours into the adventure, so the only context I had for why protagonist Gwendolyn had arrived inside the museum's artifact-lined walls was that she was in search of a shard of the Holy Grail.
The Grail shard is in there.
Assisting in her hunt was Ninian, a young fairy with the ability to transform into a bird. She basically served as a shape-shifting signpost pointing to the next main objective, gliding away to perch on a piece of scenery in order to subtly indicate the way forward.
I wish I had wings.
But I'm told by the development team that she's an extremely important character to Tides of Annihilation's story.
You were right. Thank goodness.
I also met this bizarre pair of snake-like creatures with hands for heads that seemed like they'd slithered straight out of Jim Henson's Labyrinth.
We're helping hands.
But almost everyone else I encountered was desperately trying to kill me. Thankfully, Gwendolyn is supremely well equipped to conquer any contenders that stand in her way. In addition to a fairly standard suite of sword slashes, dodges, and parries, Gwendolyn has a pair of spectral knights that can be triggered with a well-timed button press to beam in out of the ether with a series of strikes that powerfully punctuate each of her attack combos. Initially, my use of these roundtable nights was less Camelot and more Spam-a-lot, as I gleefully button-mashed my way through the less intimidating hordes that greeted me after my arrival at the museum. But by the time I found myself being tested by the demo's first boss, I'd really started to grasp the subtleties of Tides of Annihilation's setup. You can modify Gwendolyn's strikes by holding a shoulder button to uppercut enemies and juggle them in the air, perform charged attacks to deal heavier damage, trigger devastating execution moves once you've lowered an enemy's stagger meter, and once you've successfully landed enough blows, you can unleash a spectacular ultimate skill attack that rains down electrical bolts that pulverize everyone in their path. Everything feels supremely responsive to pull off, and the silky smooth animations keep it all flowing fluidly from one combo to the next. You can also get strategic in terms of which knights you want to employ. Gwendolyn can have 2 pairs of steel-covered soldiers to choose from at any one time, mapped to the left and right buttons of the D-pad so you can switch between them on the fly. As your stable of spectral sidekicks grows by unlocking new knights from defeating certain sub-bosses, you have the freedom to mix and match these pairs in order to create a loadout that best suits your personal playstyle. You might want to pair the short-range specialties of the scythe-wielding Bedivere with Gawain's ability to teleport straight to targets, for example. Or perhaps you'd prefer to partner the guard-breaking attacks of Palamedes with Kay's ability to temporarily freeze opponents and buy you some breathing space during a battle. There were 5 knights available in my demo, but the developers told me that was just a small sample of the roster that will be available in the finished game. And I'm excited to see how creative the combat can become as Gwendolyn's gaggle of guardians grows. Although it might sound like quite a lot to manage, Tides of Annihilation's greatest magic trick is that it puts you in charge of this spectral horde of King Arthur's cronies without ever bogging down a fight with any form of fiddly micromanagement. Its combat is consistently up-tempo, never sacrificing any speed in favour of strategic flexibility. Getting your combinations of knights right and efficiently employing their support skills is crucial in order to overcome Tides of Annihilation's beefier boss encounters, and there were 2 main story villains to overcome in my demo. After battling my way to the museum's Egyptian wing, I was suddenly teleported into a sand-swept desert realm and pitted head-to-head with the polearm-toting Anubis, who unleashed devastating tornado attacks upon a perilous pair of platforms that made up a giant set of scales. Later on, I faced off against the surprisingly nimble Mordred inside the museum's library in an extremely cinematic multi-phase fight.
How boring!
Mordred filled me with more dread when she eventually emerged from the earth atop a dragon big enough to intimidate a Targaryen, forcing me to take evasive measures as she swooped down and engulfed the combat arena in purple flames. Both of these battles absolutely popped with visual flair and challenged me to continually mix up my approach as each boss intensified their assaults. Gwendolyn's armor-suited allies aren't just handy friends to have in battle. A number of their unique abilities can also be employed while exploring the world around her.
Speaking of which, here comes practice.
The archer, Boars, can be used to fire rope arrows in order to create new paths with zip lines. Or to fire a cleaving bolt to tear through ropes that may be suspending treasure chests from a ceiling.
Exactly what I need.
Meanwhile, the burly Palamedes has more useful functions than a smartwatch, since he can punch through cracked walls or lift heavy doors to open up hidden rooms, as well as drag stone columns or raise heavy crates to create a platform towards objects that are otherwise out of reach. The implication is that each spectral knight that Gwendolyn recruits to her cause will open up new methods for navigating Tides of Annihilation's environments, potentially leading to a Metroidvania-style structure where you're consistently given reasons to revisit earlier areas in order to unlock secrets that were previously inaccessible. Exploring off Gwendolyn's path of destruction also rewards you with optional combat challenges and even additional boss fights. When I wandered into the museum's Chinese gallery, I got a cryptic clue from an NPC about a cursed fiend prowling the building's halls.
Must be a nasty sort for you to single him out.
And by tracking him down, I was eventually drawn into a fierce battle against a samurai surging with electricity. Later on, after I'd shifted into the desert realm, I explored the sand surrounding the museum only to be set upon by a particularly tough tormentor who was able to tear portals through time and space in order to perform devastating darting attacks that ambushed me from opposing sides of the arena. Elsewhere, there was the odd environmental puzzle to pause and ponder over, including a pretty novel brain teaser that involved manipulating the pieces on a giant double-sided chess set. Aside from being fun in their own right, completing these optional puzzle and combat-oriented challenges earns Gwendolyn everything from more damaging swords to sturdier sets of armor, as well as special badges that can be equipped to grant her additional buffs. When I was felled during a gravity-defying platforming section right at the climax of the Mordred encounter, I was certainly glad that I'd equipped the badge that brought Gwendolyn back to life with half her health, so that I was able to keep calm and carry on with the rest of the fight.
You thought it was over.
While Gwendolyn's suite of controls felt supremely responsive and flexible for the most part, I did sense some minor restrictions with her movement that I hope are remedied ahead of Tides of Annihilation's eventual release. Namely, her sprinting speed feels in need of a substantial boost, since shifting from a walk to a run only feels like a fairly modest change in pace. Similarly, her agility in the air appears in need of some tweaks, because at present she's a bit too beholden to the bounds of gravity. I wouldn't say that Gwendolyn even has a double jump, it's more like a 1.5 jump at best. And that made some platforming sections feel ever so slightly stiff as a result. However, my biggest complaint after my short time with Tides of Annihilation is that I honestly wish it had lasted for longer, and that can only be a good sign. Especially since so many of the awesome encounters that have been teased in previous trailers, including the looming Shadow of the Colossus-inspired giant knights that double as both intense platforming challenges and breathtaking boss fights, were completely absent from this hands-on build. Indeed, there's clearly still much to learn about this alluring action-adventure that's currently in development for PC, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S, including its release date. It's yet to be officially announced, and if I had to guess, I wouldn't expect it before mid-2027 at the earliest. But if this fantastic first taste is anything to go by, then Tides of Annihilation seems likely to grip me harder than a knight trying to pull a sword from a stone. For more IGN previews, check out our hands-on impressions with Marvel's Wolverine and Star Wars Zero Company, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Valve may have revolutionized mobile PC gaming with the Steam Deck, but more and more handheld gaming PCs keep coming to market, giving it some stiff competition. Many handheld gaming PCs are packing the performance prowess to cruise through AAA games like Cyberpunk 2077.
Hello and welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2026 pre-show. I'm Kyle Bossman, and as you can see in the corner of your screen, we are less than a half hour away from the start of the main show. Now, pre-shows do typically exist just to pump up an audience before the real show starts, which, by the way, will have Final Fantasy VII Revelation. It will have Songs of the Past, the new Witcher 3 expansion, but the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show is special because it's stuffed with its own trailers and premieres. Enough that I'm saying it's basically a real show of its own. So, yes, please do be excited for the main show, Opening Night Live, coming in less than a half hour. But, for now, here's a brand new game announcement.
Welcome, loyal viewers, to the Emperor's 99th Intergalactic Gauntlet. The weapons are locked and loaded. The arenas are hot, hot, hot. And for one lucky team, the Emperor's prize awaits! Now, without further ado, let's meet the latest crop of carefully kidnapped contestants, abducted from across the galaxy. Ow. You don't actually have a choice, but maybe these highlights will change your mind. Order up! Take cover! Now get out there and fight. Our glorious Emperor will be watching.
Welcome back to the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show, where somehow they snuck 2 Worms announcements into one trailer. Got a little 2-for-1 there. We have plenty more reveals to come, and this next one is for the most linear game with a 7 in it you're gonna see all night.
Some people ask, are we nearly there yet? While others say, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And the memories you make along the way. Those people probably also say, good things come to those who wait. Whilst for others, they say, fortune favors the bold. So no matter whether you're an early bird or a night owl, a fair weather flyer or an all-terrain trawler, different people have different ways of moving through life. Maybe they're all right, because everybody is trying to get somewhere. So whatever drives you, whatever your purpose, you are not the only one. Find your way. Train Sim World 7.
Wow, that family was really popping off for Train Sim World. I didn't realize it was like that. And if you thought that was the wildest ride of this pre-show, it's not quite time to get off yet. Wait.
Congratulations! You have been selected to build the next great theme park. Are you ready to become a tycoon? With a little imagination and a lot of ingenuity, you have the privilege of transforming these mundane patches of dirt into unforgettable thrills. Customize every setting. Hike up every price. And charm a whole new generation of guests. Just remember to keep the park running in tip-top shape, will you? So, are you up for this brand new challenge? Do you have what it takes to become the next great roller coaster tycoon? Coming soon to early access.
Something starts before we know. A little spark begins to glow. One look, one sign, a new way through. The world feels different next to you. Let it move, let it shine, we come alive. Side by side into the flow. Every color starts to glow. No need to know where this will go. Come alive.
This world is sick. This is not living. We all die anyway, don't we?
The goddess made me when sky and earth were one. She gave me life undying. How dare you steal it? You were born of dust. To dust you return. So why do you fight death?
You had eternity. And you gave it up for what?
10,000 years I've sat in the dark, and I tell you this, immortality is a lie.
Are you afraid?
Better to die chasing the sun than to kneel!
I used to believe no one would die. Then everything changed. And I got scared. Scared that no one would remember I was even here. I want to be remembered. Not for who I was, but for who I am.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm a little upset at the moment because I was promised there would be no Bubsy in the pre-show this year, and yet there he was. How's this keep happening? But let's continue counting down to opening night live with more wall-to-wall trailers. So far, we've seen high-speed action. We've seen high-speed trains. We've seen animo. So obviously at this point, you're wondering, where are the horror games? Unfortunately, we don't have any this year. I love brave old ladies. I think that's an underutilized character archetype. It's nice to see Perceptum carry that mantle. I'm just saying there's some grandmas who won't put up with ghosts. So it's empowering to be that kind of person. Anyway, if you've been wondering what the team behind Tinykin has been up to, you're about to immediately find out.
Bonaparte says he brings enlightenment to the places he conquers.
I know some of these faces. Friends, comrades. Now their eyes are hollow, empty.
Saints, is that truly you?
I'm worried, William. And with those things, me, don't know what they are, but they're not human. Not anymore.
The flame, it magnifies what is strong and valuable, destroys or omits what is unnecessary.
What will this thing do to me?
Only mad monarchs turn their kingdoms to ashes.
I do not think you insane, William. But even if you were, madness may be the only sane response.
Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night. What the hammer, what the chain, in what furnace was thy brain? Did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee?
I looked it up because I was curious. All of that was from a poem called The Tiger by William Blake, published back in 1794. Which is crazy, because that's the first year they had a Gamescom. But back then it was just a bunch of silent trailers for Hopscotch and Knucklebones. Now, another brand new game announcement.
For years, these delightful stories have sparked inspiration for innovation. But the interpretations always fell short. Thankfully, I found a way to not only save them, but to make them even better. You'll have to fully immerse yourself within them. Be courageous.
What the hell is that?
And cunning.
Does your puzzle have a stupid name too?
You'll be introduced to friends.
Yous may be ugly, but you sure can't fight!
And foes.
You just won tickets to my show! Wolves, lonesome den.
You'll need to become resourceful.
I don't know what your strategy is.
And resilient.
I also don't care.
These stories will test you. And once you've fully experienced all my interpretations, you'll be ready for me.
Oh, too good for me, are you? I'll have you know, I've been married hundreds of times to thousands of mimes.
Sometimes I like when a trailer just shows you its final boss. They just said, hey, here's this evil long-haired nerd. You gotta stop this guy. Mission accepted. Hey, welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show, where I realize there's been a lot of debuts already to keep track of. You might be looking for some help just to remember all these titles to add to your wish list later. Well, I can't help you. I'm sorry, you're on your own. All I have is more world premieres. Those were some big horses. Just a reminder, you're watching the event before the event. Opening Night Live is just minutes away, but we're about to see a trailer for another new game that nobody knows about yet. You can't Google it right now, but you can Google it 2 minutes from now. That's the magic of what we're doing here. You know what's crazy about that trailer? The little dragon companion never talked. I don't know if I've ever seen a video game before where you have a little flying dragon friend who isn't wisecracking. That was refreshing. And now we're going to take a first ever look at a game for 2-player co-op enthusiasts.
Grandpa, what was Mom like? You never talk about her much.
She was complicated.
Delivery for your special day.
Impossible. This was your mother's sigil.
What? How? Maybe we should see what's inside.
What? You're a little kid!
Can we start changing ages yet?
I suppose we should learn how it all works.
Want to change who you are? Just press a button.
Look at me! I'm a kid again!
What's all this now?
It's a treasure hunt! A birthday treasure hunt from Mom!
Or some kind of elder fraud. Where your mom was concerned, nothing was ever easy.
Is there any chance Mom could still be out there somewhere?
She's gone and she's never coming back.
I can't just ignore this, Grandpa. She was my mom.
Well, I'm not letting you go alone. Just no more of this age twisting, okay?
We beat every Oni in hell. Time to beat an Oni musher. That means you, bud. A no-holds-barred fight to the death! You love the sound of that too, right, Musashi? Down in the bottom of hell, there are Gemmas stronger than you can imagine!
Save this world. I won't entertain Oni. How about a little game?
Greetings, Oni warrior.
As for you, I suppose you're here about that gauntlet.
You've been working ever so hard! And that's...
The time has come for the finale. I can tear you apart as many times as I like.
You need some more time in hell. You don't belong in this world!
Put that up, but while it's downloading, we're about to hit my favorite part of this show. We're about to check out a brand new trailer for the beautiful Mariachi Legends. And then immediately after that, I got to have an interview with the game's creative director. So first, let's see this.
Así me gusta, Pablo.
Madre Katrina siempre consigue lo que quiere, tarde o temprano.
No me hagas esperar.
And now's the part of the show where we are blessed with a guest. Joining us now, the creative director and composer of Mariachi Legends, Miguel Hasson.
It's really nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
What is Mariachi Legends, and where did this concept come from?
Mariachi Legends is a pixel art Metroidvania, and it started with the realization that Alucard's suit is like 90% of a mariachi suit already. And so we started thinking about that Mexican vampire sort of idea, and we infused it with Aztec culture and Mexican culture. And so one thing led to another, and we have Mariachi Legends.
Can you tell us one particular element of Mexican culture that you were excited to put into Mariachi Legends that you've never seen before in any other video game?
My mom's from this town called Mascota here in Jalisco. And it's one of those towns that's in the category of magical town or pueblo mágico. This would be the first time a pueblo mágico is ever present in a video game ever. It's very Mexican, and I feel proud of it.
So how does this actually play?
We mix like fast combo action with RPG. So it's like a Ninja Gaiden Castlevania sort of mix. You know, these combos allow you to get extra buffs. There's also the element of hunting for ingredients and being able to cook Mexican traditional dishes. And so that allows you to enter some boss fights ridiculously overpowered.
So when can people finally play this game?
We're finally ready to announce that the game is coming next year in April 27th.
Thank you for coming to talk with all of us.
It's my pleasure.
Now, I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is we're all out of trailers for this pre-show, which means that the good news is that it's time for the top 10 reasons to be excited for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2026. Okay. Number 10, Gears of War E-Day. The E stands for emergence, but it might as well stand for excited for Gamescom. Number 9 reason to be excited for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2026. Netflix couldn't lock down the exclusivity. Number 8, Ananta. That's the game that's like Vice City, but also anime, and also you have Spider-Man powers. It's never boring. Number 7, so far the increasing price of RAM has not impacted the cost of watching trailers. Number 6, we hid the word nooblet somewhere in Jeff Keighley's script and he hasn't found it yet. Number 5, a live performance of Guillotina from Eugenics. That's gonna be bonkers. Number 4, The Witcher 3, Songs of the Past. It's never too late for DLC. Number 3, Final Fantasy VII Revelation. You know, I noticed they haven't shown a single second of Aerith gameplay yet. I think they're probably saving it for tonight. Number 2, as we helplessly trundle towards an all-digital future, manufactured traditions such as these have somehow become a rare remaining live space to share mutual enthusiasm for games. That one's not really a joke. Sometimes I just get sad about stuff. And the number 1 reason to be excited for Gamescom Opening Night Live is the pre-show is over. Oh, okay. No more waiting. No more anticipating. From this point forward, we'll be live in Cologne, Germany. Thanks for watching and enjoy the show.
Creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley!
「
Welcome to Gamescom! Yes! Are you guys ready for 2 hours of video game news and updates? Well, you've come to the right place. This is Gamescom opening night live in Cologne, Germany at Köln-Messe. And the crowd this year, you guys are honestly the loudest I've ever heard you. The energy and hype is on another level. You guys are prepped and ready, and we got a lot of great stuff for you today. It feels great to be back, surrounded by over 5,000 fans at the biggest consumer video game event in the world. This week, more than 350,000 people are expected here at Gamescom, and tens of millions of more will watch live online around the world. We love you too. Well, you'll see if you love me by the end of the show, but yes, hopefully you will love me. When we started Opening Night Live in 2019, we didn't know what to expect. From the very beginning, you guys welcomed us. And year after year, this community has made us feel home here in Germany. This is, believe it or not, our 8th ONL, and we're so excited to bring you an amazing 2 hours of video games. Now, last year's ONL will always hold a very special place in my heart because it was actually the final show of mine that my dad was able to watch. Immediately after the show, I actually had to cancel all my meetings here at Gamescom and flew back to New York to be with my dad during his final days. And sadly, as you may know, he passed away just a few days after Gamescom last year. But from his hospital bed, he did watch last year's show, and he saw all of you, and he knew how much this stage and this community meant to me. So standing here with you tonight means more than I can really express. I know he would be proud that we are back together, once again celebrating the creativity, passion, and people who make games the biggest form of entertainment in the world. So thank you for this moment, everybody. Tonight, I carry my dad's memory with me onto this stage. I am so grateful for all of you for welcoming me back, and Shocks as well, who will be out here in just a minute. It is no secret that video games and the video game industry is changing and evolving. On one level, that's exciting, but on another, it's kind of scary. It feels like there isn't a week we don't see headlines about layoffs or studio closures. And on top of that, the larger electronic storage and memory crisis means that acquiring game hardware is more expensive than it's ever been. But in spite of all that, developers around the world are pushing forward to build new games. Big teams, small indie teams, and teams all around the world. Tonight, you're going to see projects on stage from teams in places like France, Sweden, the UK, Italy, Canada, China, Japan, Korea, and more. So what can you expect on these screens behind me? Well, how about brand new information on Final Fantasy VII Revelation, introduced by game director Naoki Hamaguchi. Metro 2039 from 4A Games in the Ukraine. Rayman Legends Retold. The Xbox console exclusive Gears of War E-Day. Tides of Annihilation, the first ever in-game footage of Warlock Dungeons & Dragons from Wizards of the Coast. And yes, later in the show, we'll have the world premiere first details and in-game footage of a brand new expansion to 2015's Game of the Year winner, The Witcher 3. It's called Songs of the Past. And we also have a little fun in store for you as well, including the first ever musical performance of the music from Eugenics, the hit indie game about breeding cats earlier this year. So we got a lot of fun ahead, but let's start things off with a new game announcement no one is expecting tonight. From one of the world's most successful developers comes something completely different than its past titles. Please enjoy.
Whence came the first entanglement? None living may now tell. In its way, the floodwaters spread, weaving calamity. Upon the silken paths, malice took root. 10 suns rose on high. And so, as spoken of old, the weavers came forth, yet spoke not the cause of their coming. The waters have ebbed, and all must rise anew. Still, the wounds of old remain.
The walls held against the chaos, yet entraps you all.
Blot out the Pyro Hill once more, and you'd still not quench a millennium of hatred.
How can a few dying embers ignite the flames of rebellion?
We are not of this land. Here it is not oaths, but lies. Keep things whole.
At last, ye did unveil the divine power ye had stolen. Bear the god's wrath and sunder the dread Nodus. Came ye to reweave this world? Or seek ye some other end?
Pretty impressive. That was the announcement of Nodus Fall from Hoyoverse, an original co-op action game in which players take on the role of a weaver and step into a world where divine authority has crumbled and order has collapsed. Players must stand as one to defeat mighty mythic beings using close coordination and sharp tactics. Looks very, very cool, and we're happy to kick off the show with that one. All right, we have a lot more to come. Now I'm very happy to welcome back a legend in the esports world, known for her work on League of Legends and Counter-Strike, and the winner of Best Esports Host at the Game Awards. Tonight, though, she's our co-host for ONL for the third year in a row, and you know what? We couldn't imagine doing this show without her. Gamescom, will you please join me in giving a huge welcome to Shocks?
Wow, thank you so much, Jeff. It is such an honor to be back here at Gamescom in my favorite city, I gotta say it, Cologne, and seeing all the fans around the world. Now, I cannot wait to see everyone's reactions to what we have in store tonight. And right now, I am very happy to share with you the global announcement of a brand new title in a very well-known franchise developed by Ubisoft Paris. This is Rainbow Six Tactics.
This is it. These tangos are in for a surprise. Take your positions, team.
Breaching! 6 on station. Let's show Cares that Rainbow's back.
Go, go, go!
The people behind this, I have seen them before, and they must be planning something bigger.
Send me everything you dig up on the agency bombings. There's no time to waste.
We've contacted Rainbow's former operators.
You just have to choose which ones.
On the floor, now!
We've got active hostiles all around, team. Move fast and stick to cover.
I'm seeing increased activity across all channels.
Want us to put out more fires? We'll put out more fires.
That was Rainbow Six Tactics, a new turn-based tactical single-player game set in the Rainbow Six universe. Now, in Tactics, you'll lead a squad of operators on high-stakes missions around the world, combining careful planning, coordinated breaches, and tactical decision-making in every operation. Choose from a roster of 15 unique operators, each equipped with specialized gadgets, abilities, and progression paths that create new possibilities every time you deploy. Rainbow Six Tactics launches in 2027. Okay, almost 20 years ago, Gears of War helped define a generation of Xbox. Tonight, we are returning to Emergence Day, the day that changed everything. Here at Opening Night Live, we have the world premiere of the campaign trailer for Gears of War E-Day, including the first look at the Locust leader behind the invasion. From the Coalition, here's Gears of War E-Day, an Xbox console exclusive, launching this October.
What the fuck are you? Scorch the city! Seize the surface! Bleed the ground walkers!
Good to see a few more Gears made it through the night. You four belong to me now. Designation, Bravo Squad. No one knows what these things are or where they're coming from.
This is more than an invasion. It's a fucking war.
The reports are still coming in, but whatever this is, it's happening all over the city.
Actual monsters are coming out of the ground and ripping my people apart.
And those are my Gears out there holding the line. Fall back now!
How do we hold a line against an enemy that can tunnel underneath?
Oh, shit! We're Gears. We fight.
We still have our people. If we can save them, we save Cologne.
Loss prepares us for what's ahead.
People we love die. We're the ones that keep fighting.
Give him hell, Phoenix. That's the plan. Come and get some, you goddamn grubs!
Eat sucker!
There'll be no support.
If you fall, we all do.
We do this together, or we die together, yeah?
To the end.
Gears of War, October 6th this year. All right, next it's time for Anata, an epic free-to-play open-world RPG game from NetEase coming to PlayStation 5, PC, and mobile platforms. 3 years ago, it was revealed here at Gamescom. With 2 massive cities, you build your profile and social following as a member of the ACD team. Tonight, we've got your first look at the city of Shangzhou and the types of combat vehicles and minigames you can expect. And yes, news on the release date as well.
Any last wishes?
Still have a mortgage, haven't tracked down my old man yet, still gotta buy a ticket home. I still got all these memes I haven't sent out yet.
Whoa! It's a Nanta! Or it was. Let's go! We're about to make our mark at the ACD.
ACD?
Did they really just go belly up?
I say you go viral first, then worry about rebuilding the ACD. Get big enough, and the old workers are sure to come back.
What's next?
Meat Master!
What, Master?
Master, you're so awesome.
Heat Master?
Heat Master.
Who the hell came up with that name?
Yeet Master. You're nothing more than a bad seed who slipped out of a nowhere town.
Enjoy the party, my friend.
This is not yours to take, outsider. What's going on?
Just you wait. Where am I?
Where do you think?
Wait, I'm back home. There won't be traffic at this hour, will there?
This is Chongshao.
Take me with you to sniff out some martial arts masters and legendary weapons.
You've been reading too many fantasy novels.
What you seek is inside.
Tourist spy?
Only those who pass our trials may witness the Lingjing within.
Huh?
Can you take it?
You bet. I've dragged entire subway.
Okay then.
The most expensive view. Wait. Huh? Why is everyone running off? Am I really that annoying?
Awesome. There you have it. Ananta comes out on January 15th, 2027. Now, we have so much more Gamescom Opening Night Live coming your way, including a new look at Final Fantasy VII Revelation. But yeah, I know you're waiting for it. But for now, here is a new look at Silent Hill Townfall. Yeah, coming in just a month's time from Konami, Annapurna, and Screenburn in the UK. Let's go.
Hey, Simon. Listen. I need you to come back to the town and put some things to rest.
What I just saw in that footage, you said we could put things right, that this town would listen to me.
But it's the right thing to do here, not just for them, but for the whole town.
Then you know what you have to do. But be careful. They're all so angry.
Your visions doomed him. His death is your burden.
Break the silence.
I have to leave this island.
Don't you understand?
I should have known! You betrayed me!
All I ever needed
imagined.
I can't do this anymore.
Brave the gale.
it'll always build me on. To choose to gamble or the gale, stumble through the mess of fun. You gotta sail along it, prepare to win. To choose to gamble or the gale.
Our strength failed us. You failed us.
If only I was stronger. If only I...
You've surmounted countless trials to reach this summit.
This time, you will surely break the cycle.
You'll struggle, but you'll turn back. Face your foe, because that's the cliff I know.
If I do their dirty work for them, I'd better get what I'm owed. Even if the end is written, I will walk the full length of this path.
That was Crimson Desert, released nearly 6 months ago, and the developers at Pearl Abyss just keep adding more and more content, including new cutscenes and story moments too. All right, next let's step into the world of Tides of Annihilation, the upcoming fantasy action-adventure game by Chinese studio Eclipse Glow Games. Set in modern-day London and mythical Avalon, you play Gwendolyn, the lone survival of an otherworldly invasion who can summon spectral forms of the Knights of the Round Table. Tonight, we've got a brand new trailer which reveals the new voice of Gwendolyn, Angela Sant'Albano, who recently played Grace Ashcroft in Resident Evil Requiem.
You have decided?
Tell me the truth. Is there a way to fix this?
The fog has devoured your home, and now it is tearing Avalon apart. Arthur was the only one who could control the fog. Until you.
Until me?
I know not why you possess his powers, but if you wish to reclaim London, you must harness the fog. Use it to command your spectral knights.
Guinevere. Teach me.
Wishlisting and learning more about any and all of the games featured at ONL, make sure to check out the Gamescom Steam page. And if you're anything like me, I'm sure you have tons on your wish list and in your cart, but a few more can't hurt, right? The Steam page is available now and being updated throughout the show as the titles are announced. And now to introduce our next game trailer from Turin, Italy, founder and creative director of Unrelated Games, Alessandro Durando.
Thanks, Shocks, and ciao Gamescom. There is a question at the heart of Love Song. What do we leave behind and for whom? When you can be sure anyone will ever find it. I didn't have an answer when I started, and I still don't have one. And I genuinely never expect to be here on this stage. So thank you, Jeff and Gamescom, for this incredible opportunity. Just being here already means more than I can put into words. Love Song will take you on a journey through the forgotten echoes of past humanities, where sound is the only language left. You will uncover traces of memory left in stone and sound, building a bridge between what was and what may still come. Here is Love Song.
What a beautiful and artistic game made right here in Europe. Thank you, Alessandro, for joining us. One of my favorite moments from last year's TGAs was the announcement of Mega Man's long-awaited return with Mega Man Dual Override from Capcom. Tonight, we've got an exclusive glimpse of new gameplay, along with the introduction of a new character who plans to foil Mega Man's plan to save the world. Take a look. Little something extra. All right, now let's talk about another legendary gaming hero, one without limbs, Rayman, who's celebrating his 30th anniversary this year. Rayman Legends Retold builds on the charm of the original 2013 game, now brought to life with stunning 3D visuals, new story content, and an all-new sixth realm to explore, plus fully voiced cinematics. Players join Rayman and friends on a new adventure to restore peace to the Glade of Realms. There are 4 all-new musical stages, like MC Hammer's You Can't Touch This, and tonight we have your first look and listen to another musical stage.
Dale alegría a tu cuerpo Macarena, que tu cuerpo para gozar y pasarla bien. Dale alegría a tu cuerpo Macarena, Macarena. Sácale cachapa, sácale tiraya, sácale tiraya, sácale cachita, sácale quitaya, pica chile, pitaya. ¡Ay, Macarena!
October 1st, Rayman will be at the Ubisoft booth this week here at Gamescom, and that's what makes this show so great, is that many of tonight's games will be playable to fans who are joining us live in person here in Germany all weekend long. Still to come at ONL, the worldwide reveal of The Witcher 3's new expansion, Final Fantasy VII Revelation, and a performance of the music of Mugenics for the first time anywhere. It's time for our next announcement. The developers gave us a phrase to introduce this new IP, but none of the words apparently can be said on stage. So I guess let's just watch a trailer.
Explore breathtaking, strange worlds. Make a friend who'd work for you. And build your dream home together. You've changed, but that's okay. Once human, jump in today.
There's a grain of truth to old legends.
Your eyes.
A brachias, 7 feet tall, fangs long as snakes.
A winged beast.
Can it be?
A demon from the depths of hell itself.
Oh God. No, no, please, no.
I
I gave you a blessing. I hope you enjoy my gift.
None of us has any love for the Valkyrie. But this one, he's different. The sun didn't take him.
Night after night. Day after day. I will strike him down.
Your every move sends a ripple. Your every word echoes far. Your every step leads to crossroads. All that remains is for you to choose.
Help me, please!
So sorry.
No, no!
Very well then. Let's begin.
Welcome back, everybody, to Gamescom opening night live. Now, I'm a huge Game of Thrones fan, so I'm very happy to share this world premiere of this next game with you. The gameplay of the forthcoming strategy game, Game of Thrones: War for Westeros, from Australia's Playside Studios.
The Iron Throne stands empty.
The Stark, an honor. Come on, men. On his way! Incoming! Try to defend yourself.
The fate of Westeros
Stand with me!
is yours to decide. Game of Thrones: War for Westeros.
Yeah, how awesome did that dragon look? You know, I can't wait for this one. So with that now, it is time for a new game announcement from Airship Syndicate, makers of Darksiders Genesis. This is a new self-funded and published indie title where you escape from a failing orbital prison in this gritty sci-fi isometric action thriller. This is Dust Origins.
A new age begins, but the old shadows.
Searching for a pulse. Initializing reality. Loading a 233,000 square meter grid. Activating 1,600 exhibitors. Unlocking more than 1,000 worlds. Global data streams active. Challenging community energy worldwide. Breaking the barrier between screen and reality. Heartbeat restored. Synchronization complete. You are no longer playing. You are logged in. Welcome to the heart of gaming. Welcome to Gamescom.
Welcome indeed, that's right. Gamescom has officially started now. Let's go. And now we turn to Exodus, a cinematic single-player action RPG from Wizards of the Coast, set in a new, far-future sci-fi universe. In Exodus, you rise from salvager to traveler, discover new worlds ravaged by the effects of time, and search for the key to humanity's survival across the most dangerous reaches of space. Along the way, you assemble a crew of sharp-edged specialists, soldiers, smugglers, mercs, scholars, and awakened animals whose skills and chemistry shape every fight and decision. Tonight, it's time to get a deeper look at Salt, an awakened octopus and mercenary who joins your team. Get a glimpse into who she is, where she comes from, and why she's along for the adventure.
Let's protect our defense!
Salt?
Yes.
Figured we could talk, since you're part of the team now.
Why?
Want to understand how you see things, how you operate.
I hunt, you pay. This is agreed.
Well, that answers that. But hey, we're getting to know each other. You local to Persepolis? Or you from somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Salt, you have a most impressive reputation. We were surprised to hear that you accepted a permanent position with the human team.
You fear me, envy, hate.
I'm responsible for this world, and you put it in danger for your own selfish reasons.
I will join, but I will be paid after, even if Leiden is in danger.
You've been away for a long time. From your planet? From your people?
I miss ocean, safety, home. Run, human!
Salt! No!
Time is our great enemy. But we must always have hope.
There we have it, the long-awaited release date for Exodus. It is coming in April, as you saw, of 2027. Now to give us an exclusive extended first look at the gameplay for the upcoming Warlock Dungeons & Dragons from Wizards of the Coast and Invoke in Montreal, Canada, please welcome the TGA award-winning star of Resident Evil Village, the incredible Maggie Robertson.
Thank you, Jeff, and good evening, everyone. I am so excited to be here. Yeah! All right. Every warlock's journey begins with a pact. For Katri, a seasoned warrior on a personal quest, that pact is made with Tasha, an ancient witch queen and the patron I have the pleasure of playing. Tasha grants her access to forbidden magic, but power always comes at a cost. Tonight, we're revealing gameplay for the first time, showing how Katri wields magic as she explores the world of Darkon. This is Warlock. Let's take a look.
Have your deepest desires come true? Not the one that matters. Can you not do more? More? You still think this is your quest? I have seen your heart's desire. Dark and defiant. And mine. You and I through the Warlock's eye. Raw magic serves us both. Open your eye and see what I see, Warlock. Find raw magic.
What exactly is your interest here? Or is it your patron's interest that guides us?
My curiosity is my own. Do you believe in letting buried things lie?
In my experience, buried things do not lie for long. We are getting closer.
Yes. Closer to what? Scared, watch out!
I see it. Warlock.
Absolutely not. Merely digging deeper. You're getting closer, Warlock.
What is it you see?
Raw magic. A means to an end.
Call for rain. Something tells me we're not fleeing from this one.
Not an option, Skip. What I need is here.
Absolutely amazing. Wow. And now it is time for the announcement of a brand new game inspired by 1001 Arabian Nights, with flying carpets, colossal bosses, and more. It comes from the new MBC Game Studio, which is debuting this game on the Gamescom show floor. Here's 1001 Threads of Mizan.
Come close, and I will tell you a tale of two worlds at war. Set ablaze by a smokeless flame, and fueled by those called to fight. Whispers on the desert wind come from those who are unseen. The Jinn. Once the children of Earth and the Jinn flourished, united, until betrayal split their worlds apart. Now the veil is thinning. Two worlds collide as they wage a war of vengeance. Yet, many stories remain untold. To avoid destruction, we have but one hope. So listen, heed my words. This story begins with you.
I'll leave it to you to make the dead speak. Nothing and no one will keep me from the truth. Not even the purists. Any leads?
It's just as you surmised. The final clue is in that cursed place. If greed comes at a cost, what price would you pay to bring back someone you love?
Monster.
All right, welcome back to ONL, and next we're turning to the legendary Metro series and a very special developer, 4A Games, based in Ukraine. Game developers have to build games in all sorts of conditions, but for 4A, the development of 2039 has truly been a challenge to build art in the midst of a real war. To tell us more about their incredible story and journey of perseverance to create Metro 2039, please join me in welcoming to the ONL stage John Block and Pavel Umer from 4A Games.
Hello, Gamescom. Wow, so many cool announcements already, and we are really proud to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
I'm John Block, executive producer for Metro 2039.
And I'm Pavel Ulmer, co-creative director and audio lead.
Tonight, we are revealing our brand new gameplay trailer for Metro 2039, the next chapter set in the Metro universe we have been exploring for nearly 2 decades. Metro has always been a story about preventing war, but now that war is at our doorstep, we have built a story about its consequences and what it takes to survive, the cost of silence, the horror of tyranny, and the price of freedom.
Of course, as always, there's monsters, tunnels, devastated ruins, but Metro to us is about people, what they protect, what they sacrifice, and what remains of them when the world takes almost everything away.
Creating a game this dark requires a lot of passion, discipline, and a development team that has had to become accustomed to working without peace or regularity. There's enormous care for this universe and the people who believe in it. A key part of this is our own in-house 4A engine, built to fully realize the oppressive world you're about to step into.
We built this game for those who have traveled through Metro before, and for those who are about to enter it for the first time. There's a lot to explore. Your support and love for this world has stayed with us through every stage of development, which was pretty rough, trust me. We cannot wait to share more tonight. And if you're lucky enough to be here at Gamescom, you can go hands-on with Metro 2039 at our booth and take a closer look on a fully wearable replica Spartan helmet that will be included in our collector's edition. Thank you.
Metro 2039 is not simply a return to Metro. It is a darker, more ambitious, and deeply personal journey, one that will challenge what you know about yourself and what you're prepared to become in order to survive.
So, the tunnels are waiting. The surface is calling. And tonight, we are ready to show you a bit what comes next. Welcome to Metro 2039. Slava Ukraini!
What brought you here? I'm looking for someone. I need information.
Then you've come to the wrong place. The Novorite spread across the station like a damn plague.
So this is Hunter's bright future. Monsters. And radiation. That's all that's left up there. But this... humans did this.
This is Hunter, the leader of the Novorite. The enemy must be destroyed.
The Spartans were wolves in helmets. But I'm something worse.
The enemy must be destroyed. Destroyed. The enemy must be destroyed.
What the fuck? I'm looking for someone. Where is she?
Metro 2039 looks great. Hats off to the team at 4A Games. Okay, now for something completely different. He's performed at the Game Awards and was on stage with us at Summer Game Fest, but now it's time for this person's first appearance on ONL.
Tired of sneaking around just to feel good?
tired of this damn lighter? Of this rain? Of this life? I got you. Eat a more sizzle. More sizzle, less hassle, more high.
Okay, cut! Thank you, Cyrus. That's perfect. Well done.
That is Dr. Cyrus Kane, the big dog, as it were. An entrepreneur and eccentric known for his diverse business ventures.
It's all loud when you're tasting flavors. Face spice with a cumin style. Too fresh with a sizzle and sparkle. No prince, who's the king right now? I'm raising it up to the max. Level up.
I hope you're feeling hungry, 47.
Man, what the fuck kind of funky music is this? These internet-ass DJs.
The Dogfather now coming to Hitman. Next up, the sky is no longer the limit from NC. This is Ion 2, the sequel to Ion, a new PC MMO built around aerial combat on a massive scale. It launches October 5th this year.
You have no idea how beautiful America was. I believed in her promise, dreamt her dream, watched her fall. Out on the old roads, I saw her shatter into warring tribes. Survivors like your people. I know your kind. You think you'll survive and adapt. Reclaim the land. Rediscover the lost technology of the old world. Reunite her people through alliances, through faith. But when words fail, might becomes the law. Ancient powers divide this land. And their might is far beyond the likes of you. So, will you kneel as my servant? Help me restore America, or burn as my foe. At the end of all things, only one dream survives.
That was Petit Planet, a cozy galactic life simulation game from HoYoverse. Here, life unfolds at your own pace. Farm the land, cast a line, comb the shores, or whip up a home-cooked meal. Enjoy slow, fulfilling days on your planet, side by side with your beloved fuzzy neighbors, Shucks. You gotta have the fuzzy neighbors, right?
Of course.
Players can pre-register now on the game's official website, plus the final beta test will be coming soon.
Awesome.
Yes.
But now, we are very excited to have a special musical performance at ONL. Earlier this year, Edmund McMillan and Tyler Glale's cat breed simulation game, Mutagenics, got rave reviews for its gameplay and dark comedy style, and yes, its music. Yes. And tonight, we've got the first ever live performance. Please welcome Matthias Bossi, Carla Kilstead, and Jeff Perlman from Ridiculon performing Guillotina. Yes.
Meine Damen und Herren, während dieser Live-Übertragung kamen keine echten Katzen zu Schaden.
Say you'll be mine, we'll be divine. My paws were made for you, my claws, I'll see what they can do. This kitty wants her cream. This pussy, oh, she has a little dream. Come, let me play. Don't run away. I'll have my way with you, and when I'm done, you'll say I slay. I'm coming for you tonight. I'm ready. Shut the door, turn out the light. Stop running for a minute. We can finally find infinity. Together we can window this whole affair. So come on, turn around. You're so lost, but you confound me with your endless run around. It's more than I can bear. You run, but in the end I think you like this little game of hide and seek. But when I find you, you won't even know your name. You run, but you don't mean it. You're afraid I'll be too good. In all the love you've had, you never had it like you should. Divine. My claws were made for you. My claws all see what they can do. This kitty wants her cream. This pussy, oh, she has a little dream. Come run away. Come let me play. I'll have my way with you, and when I'm done, you'll say I slay. I am coming for you tonight. I'm ready. Shut the door, turn out the light. Lie down upon my table, don't get up. You won't be able. Deep tissue is not the issue, it's the needles I adore. Acupuncture at its best, you'll be defunct. You need a rest, an addict, I assure you, you'll be back for more. You run, but in your heart you know it's destiny, I'll win. You're slowing down, you're losing steam, I'll notify your last. Can you run, but I run faster, and there's nothing you can do. Cause everywhere you turn up, you know who.
For these guys. Amazing. All right, well, that was so fun. And here's also some breaking news. Mutagenics is coming to PS5, Switch 2, and Xbox Series X and S on September 8th. Stick around for more of ONL. Right now, here's the launch trailer for Aliens Fireteam Elite 2.
promised I would tell you everything about your mother. This is that story. She wanted to protect you from all the evils of this world, even if it meant losing herself. Everything she did, everything she sacrificed, was to spare you from the nightmare we endured. A force emanated from her, like nothing I'd seen before. Beautiful and terrifying. My greatest ally, and the start of something far worse.
アメリカは単なる場所じゃない。夢だ。バーボンによって午前4時を回っても覚めない夢。数十年しか生きていない小アッパどもがアニメが幼稚だと。今日はじいさんが家にいて明日はいない。この国は一体どうなることか。これがかつて俺たちが夢見た21世紀なのか。
Welcome to the biggest gaming playground in the world, where 500,000 people come together to play, connect, and celebrate across Cologne. 1,600 exhibitors. The biggest names in the gaming industry, bringing countless games for you to explore and dominate. Get set for Gamescom's unique indie area, where you're in control of the most creative and unique projects from more than 400 indie studios. And if that's not enough, don't miss Gamescom Awesome Indie Show, our show produced by IGN featuring the hottest new titles from the indie universe. Or become the hero yourself and step into the Gamescom cosplay contest, bringing cosplayers and fans together from around the globe for an unforgettable community experience. Can't make it to Gamescom in person? Visit our website, gamescom.global, and experience all program highlights via our content hub, Gamescom Now. The experts at IGN are gearing up to bring you full days of live streams straight to Twitch and YouTube. Oh, hey, Epi! Crashing the party? Jump into Gamescom Epics on our website and claim your loot. Next up, Gamescom Cares. Our initiative for a safer, more sustainable, and inclusive Gamescom. Speaking of inclusive, the Gamescom City Festival is taking over the city with live music for free and all kinds of fun. Gamescom is more than a single event, it's a global family. With Gamescom Dev, Gamescom LAN, Gamescom Asia, and Gamescom LATAM, we're unlocking dynamic experiences and connecting gamers worldwide. Welcome to the heart of gaming. Welcome to Gamescom.
Next up, we've got the release date trailer for Stage Tour. Built by veterans of the original rhythm music game era, this game has 90 songs, including artists like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Radiohead, Olivia Rodrigo, the Rolling Stones, and Muse. Here's a brand new look at Stage Tour.
Let's go! I always wanted to be a rock star. Maybe someday. Next year, Sega's classic game, Crazy Taxi, is coming back with an all-new installment. And right now, we have the multiplayer reveal.
Xenia continue to wage war against the human race. Our only hope, the Order of the Turok. Mystical guardians armed with enhanced abilities. The war has moved to the Lost Lands, a site of ancient ruins and creeping danger. The Xenia yearns to unlock the secrets of these savage worlds to unleash the means of humanity's destruction. They must be stopped by warriors who will not flinch in the face of the Xenia menace. You are such a warrior, relentless, fearless. You will give no quarter to your enemy. No stopping, no surrender, no limit to your abilities. The Lost Lands beckon you.
That's pretty awesome, huh? And right now, we are excited to share with you the debut game from Octopus Panic, a 7-person independent studio founded by veterans of the Halo and Battlefield franchises. It's a new co-op action game that launches later this year. Let's check it out.
right, Grabhounds, welcome to the other side of the galaxy. Welcome to your first shift.
All right, let's get this done.
Remember, every resource gets us one step closer to home. Woohoo! New research options just opened up. Some might even help. And watch out for the wildlife. Try not to die.
Let's go!
Uh-oh. Later!
Okay, this is becoming a problem.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Did I just bark at ONL? Yes, I did. That looks awesome! And this next title we're about to see comes from a studio known for creating world-class city building and management games. With this one, they're bringing that expertise and passion into an entirely new setting, inviting players to build a city where everything just clicks.
Line of work, into the places no one else touches, and into the future of dirty work done right. This is the job. The first and only crew built to punch into the hottest zones, take on the toughest jobs, and stay longer when the work isn't done. Built with the firepower to clean up the alien mess, and the grit to see the job through to the end of the shift. They'll keep the lights on for one more day. The toughest crew on the contract. The last ones to leave the work site. The only crew that gets paid for doing what others won't. This is Exterminats. Punch in, clean up, get paid. In the arena, glory is witnessed. But in the world, it is taken.
old.
There was some big news for ONL. Path of Exile 2 1.0 is coming on December 11th from Grinding Gear Games. And next, we have some exciting news. The reveal of a classic remake. It's a turn-based strategy game that was first released in 1999. Now beautifully reborn in 3D and faithfully modernized. It is time to journey back to Erathia. Oh my gosh. Command mighty heroes, build spectacular towns, and lead fantastic armies into epic tactical battles once again. Ubisoft presents Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Remake.
The great king of Erathia is dead, and the enemies of the kingdom are scrambling to feed on its remains.
Erathia must not fall to its enemies! Let us repay them 1,000-fold! For Erathia!
The realm strains under a gathering storm. Heroes will rise. Kingdoms will fall. Erathia cannot escape its fate.
With that, now let's talk about Gamescom Cares, our platform at Gamescom dedicated to projects that give back. This year, we're putting the following topic in the spotlight: the unique power of the games community to be a force for good and drive real change. Please join me in welcoming a special guest who knows this firsthand, co-owner and business director, Ashley Farkas of Games Done Quick. Hello, Ashley. Welcome to Gamescom ONL. So, tell us about Games Done Quick.
Yeah, thanks, Shocks. So, Games Done Quick is all about playing games as fast as possible for a good cause. At every event, we bring together speedrunners from all around the world to showcase incredible runs and raise millions for charity. We are thrilled to bring our live event to Europe for the first time right here at Gamescom. Every donation and sponsorship from the community and our partners goes directly to Gaming for Democracy, an initiative that supports social engagement and democratic values through gaming culture.
That's incredible. And since 2010, Games Done Quick has raised over $60 million for charity, right? Absolutely amazing. What a great example of how gaming can give back. Ashley, why do you think it is that the gaming community has such a special power to be a force for good and drive change?
So I think games create a space where people show up as their authentic selves, and they connect with others who share those same passions. That sense of community and shared purpose is the foundation for everything. This empowers the community and helps players advocate for great projects like supporting democratic values, healthcare, and global humanitarian aid.
I can't agree with you more, but how can this special power be used even more in the future so that we feel empowered to speak up for what's right?
Yeah, we believe that the gaming community should recognize, just how powerful it already is. Organizations like the United Nations already do, and as organizers, it's our responsibility to create meaningful opportunities through community fundraising, local events, or creator collaborations. We're always looking for new ways to connect gaming with causes that matter, and our goal is turning our passion into change that lasts beyond the games we play.
That's a great point. And of course, I have to ask, are there any more examples right here at Gamescom?
Absolutely. There are so many for everyone to see and participate in this week, from charity streams like Loot for the World to life-saving initiatives and the Gamescom Forest, just to name a few. Gamescom is bringing gaming communities together to create a real-world difference.
You're so right, Ashley. There's also Greenpeace, Life Lolly, Deutsche Stammzellspenderdatei, and Médecins Sans Frontières joining this community to be a force for good. Thank you so much for joining us, Ashley. I hope you have an amazing event right here at Gamescom. And of course, go check out all these great initiatives happening here at Gamescom Cares on our website.
Awesome. Thank you, Shocks and Ashley. Last year at TGA, I was very excited to debut the new title from Uppsala, Sweden-based Neon Giant. From the small team behind The Ascent, No Law is an immersive open-world FPS RPG set in the cyber grunge city of Port Desire. And tonight, it's finally time to give you a new look at the game.
You hear about this Gardner guy going after the mayors? The city won't shut up about him.
What have you heard?
Nobody sees him go in.
Nobody sees him come out.
Good with his hands. Light on his feet.
Dynamite with vacuum cleaners.
Come on, we can handle one freaking gardener.
He's a ghost.
Bulldozer.
Pacifist.
Tactician.
Artist. A lot of stories about how you operate, Gardener. Are they all true?
나는 그날의 공기를 기억한다. 세계의 운명이 뒤바뀐 그날을. 시공간을 찍고 나타난 미지의 함선이 하늘을 덮자 전 세계가 숨을 멈췄다. 시간을 건너온 3명의 사도들은 다가올 절망의 미래를 경고했고 그들이 건네준 인류의 희망은 거대 기업 아니마 그룹의 탐욕에 의해 변질되고 말았다. 사도의 예언대로 검은 물질과 함께 대항마 뷰에르가 강림했다. 인류의 혈관 속에 잔혹한 시한폭탄이 돌기 시작했고 나도 예외일 순 없었다.
좌우 확보. 클리어. 내부 상황 확보. 전전 위험 없음.
우리의 미래에 아직 구원이 남아있을까?
Last year at TGA, we revealed Ontos from Frictional Games in Malmo, Sweden, the spiritual successor to Soma. The game stars the incredible Stellan Skarsgård, and now we've got your first look at gameplay as the protagonist comes across a horrific experiment where a body's consciousness has been transferred to a server of rats. It's one of the many experiments in the game, narrative puzzles where your moral choices affect the outcomes of the mission, as well as the rest of the narrative.
When I was 5 years old, I was very sick. But somehow, my dad did the impossible. Whatever that miracle was, it pushed him away from us.
Crumby, do you hear me?
Word of caution. Crombie's experiments can be active right now. Delicate style.
Hey! Please! I need to talk to you! That's it! My savior!
Hello?
Oh, thank the fates! Someone came!
What is this? What are you?
There are some notes on the whiteboard to guide you to it.
Okay. You said...
I assure you there is no mind. Please proceed. No! No! My body! No!
What a wild trailer from Daniel Mullins up in Vancouver, Canada, creator of Inscription. That was Pony Island 2, Panda Circus, described as a voyage through time, myth, divinity, and video games. All right, now it is time for some animal combat. I guess we had a little bit before with that Gravhounds, right? A lot of animals tonight. From China-based TI Games comes Zoo Punk, a 3D diesel punk action RPG starring a playable, get this, rabbit, rhino, and chipmunk.
Wow.
I know. Tonight we have the first look at Zoo Punk's squad-based combat systems, including the potential fourth hero. There's another animal, Shocks, who fights with a long blade.
There's even more. That's not all. You'll also want to keep an eye out for the marmot and otter bosses too. Witness the wild world of Zoo Punk.
Ready? Let's go save the world.
No. I'm gonna smash this rotten world into pieces.
I've got you!
We're about to risk our lives here.
Is this the only way across?
Bratton, toss me there.
Get out of Arbiter Village!
Quit already. You can't even beat the rabbit.
Hands off, Tracy!
Enough! It's a no! No! That's enough! It's amazing! Brandon, fight! Where are the guards? Partisans, stand united! To arms!
Hand over the spark!
Come and get me!
This, the hope of the world?
Don't mind the faded decor, just ignore the peeling paint. This place was full of glamour, but it's faded away. Might be a little fixer-upper, but it's no less quaint. Pull back the paper and you'll hear what these walls have to say. Bound by chains of family legacy, wrapped around your neck, making it hard to breathe. But he can ease your burdens, he can be your friend. Just take his red right hand, he'll make you understand. Whisper and poison truth while he assures you there are no ghosts at the Grand. There are no ghosts at the Grand.
That was a new look at There Are No Ghosts at the Grand, a musical horror renovation game from Bristol, England-based Friday Sunday. We have some big reveals still to come, but first the announcement of a new game set in a vibrant world with amazing creatures. This is Roko Kingdom, a new open-world multiplayer creature collecting RPG.
얼마나 오래 홀로 떠돌았던가. 아무리 신을 불러도 그들은 끝내 답하지 않았지. 이제 이 윤회를 내 손으로 무너뜨리리라. 두려워 마라. 너는 이제 내가 되리니.
Handshake, heart race, blue glow.
Okay, now I'm happy to welcome to the O&L stage a man who closed out Summer Game Fest with an epic reveal. Please join me in welcoming to the stage my good friend, the Final Fantasy VII Remake Series Director, Naoki Hamaguchi.
Hello everyone! My name is Naoki Hamaguchi and I'm the director of Final Fantasy VII Revolution. Thank you. It's great to be back at the Gamescom to give you a glimpse of what my team is working on. What will you see in this brand new exclusive trailer so-called Weapons? Massive creature, the Cloud, and his team of legendary heroes will face in the final chapter of their epic journey. Final Fantasy VII Revolution will deliver an unforgettable experience in a world without boundaries, and will be available PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, Xbox XS, and PC in spring 2027. Thank you so much for all your support and excitement.
Let's move!
My fellow citizens, we are assailed on every side by the enormous meteor that looms over our heads, and by towering monstrosities termed weapons, like the one that made landfall outside Midgar. But I know that we will rise to every challenge and show heaven and earth that it is we who reign supreme.
You said weapons are guardians of the planet, right?
The planet sees us as another threat to her well-being, and rightfully so.
You call them planetary warriors. But I call them weapons of mass destruction.
Only one thing to do. We fight.
Taking down weapons, hunting materia. Way overdue for a day off.
Once we've got a future to fight for, nothing will stop us.
Ready? Aim! Fire!
We'll finish this together.
Final Fantasy VII Revelation looks truly epic, and we don't have to wait long. The game comes out next spring for all platforms at the same time. All right, we have one last game for you tonight at O&L, an update on a legendary RPG franchise that won Game of the Year at the Game Awards way back in 2015.
I see a white wolf striving forward towards a solitary tower.
Never chose to be a witcher. Fate chose for me. can't just step off the path. You're one for life. And there's never an ending that's not also a new beginning.
Jesus. Be not afraid.
Didn't say I was afraid.
Come, sword bearer, being of beasts. Delve into darkness and see the truth of Letton's beauty.
Garden demands blood, so we'll give it blood.
That's right. How about that? Free upgrade, free remaster. All right, well, now joining us to talk all about the Witcher 3 news, please welcome the level design lead from CD Projekt Red, Miles Toast. All right, Miles, you brought down the house with that news of the free remastered. This is definitely a surprise, and it's coming out in just a month, September 29th. To PC and consoles, including Switch 2 and even Battle.net. Lots of features in that trailer. Tell us which ones stand out the most to you.
Oh, wow. So you can tell that the team definitely poured their hearts into this one, right? And it's a huge privilege for me to stand here and represent them. Thank you for the trust, guys. Secondly, features, right? So my favorite one is the visuals. Yeah. That's new textures, updated rendering, advanced path tracing, foliage, you name it. Geralt has never looked as good, even after all those years of retirement.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, definitely combat. It's more modern, smooth and precise. We updated camera, the targeting system, added new animations. And what I like a lot, new finishers. Wow. And then last one, Witcher 3 is a full-fledged RPG, right? So we completely revamped the ability system to give players more options.
Well, it's a lot of stuff, as you saw in the trailer, only a month away. Let's move on now to Songs of the Past, which is a wild idea in and of itself, a new expansion for an 11-year-old game. What inspired you guys to build this?
Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah. So we had this idea for one more story with Geralt for a while, but we couldn't quite figure out how to fit it into our busy schedules, right? Luckily, our friends from Fool's Theory came around, and they hired a bunch of old veteran Witcher 3 developers, including my mentor, Peter Janisser. And here we are today.
Wow. Well, that's so cool. Now, you mentioned, obviously, Geralt's back, but he has a new weapon, it looks like, in the trailer, sort of looks like a chain that he sort of throws out, right?
Yeah. So this is Geralt's last adventure before we pass the torch on to Ciri, and we wanted to go out with a bang. So this chain is a weapon that is new in the game, but many people, perhaps hardcore Witcher fans, will realize that this is a weapon we first showed in the Witcher 1 intro. And we will talk about that and many more things here at Gamescom, so please kindly come by our booth or watch our Red streams that will happen every day.
That's right. I know you have an extended demo that these fans will get to see at the booth. Tell us a bit about, everyone wants to know the content of the expansion, the new region, Letton. Who inhabits it? What lurks below the surface?
So Letton is a whole new, unique region that has a unique identity like the other regions in the game. It is filled with quests, new monsters, adventures, and exploration, just like the things that Witcher fans love. But it's an almost uncannily idyllic place that, however, has a dark secret lurking just underneath the surface. And as it is a Witcher game, this kind of secret requires a true professional Witcher to solve.
Well, good thing we got one of those. All right. Well, I imagine we can expect all the upgrades we heard about for the remastered. That will roll across all the expansions, including Songs of the Past?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Awesome. Well, I love the idea that you guys are doing this. And one last thing I wanted to ask you about. You have some news for people about the other expansions as well, right?
Yes, so this is super cool. I can say today that tonight, both of our previous expansions, Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine, will be free for everyone who owns the base game. And this is a great opportunity for, yeah, right?
Just giving away all the free stuff tonight.
It's the coolest part of the job, I guess. So, and this marks a great opportunity for people who have perhaps only played the base game, right, to jump in with the improvements from the remaster update and get a whole lot of stuff for free before we ship the Songs of the Past sometime next year.
Wow. Well, I got to say, a lot of amazing Witcher news today. Thank you very much, Miles, for joining us, and we'll see you at the booth.
Thank you.
All right, Miles from CDPR. Congratulations. All right, and that is going to do it for ONL 2026, but that is just the start of Gamescom week, so stay tuned for news and updates throughout the weekend. And of course, we will see you again on December 10th, live in Los Angeles for the Game Awards 2026, where we will celebrate the best of the year, crazy year, and see what's next with a lot of brand new game announcements and surprises from the world's top game development studios. It's been another great opening night live, and before we go, of course, we've got to bring out my incredible co-host tonight, Shocks. Come on back out, Shocks.
Thank you.
Didn't you do such a great job?
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you so much for having me once again, and what an amazing show.
Third time's a charm. We're just going to have to keep bringing you back. I hope all you guys have an amazing Gamescom.
Let's go.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Bye. Thank you so much. Good night.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to IGN's live post-show coverage of Gamescom Opening Night Live 2026. I'm your host, Ryan McCaffrey, and I am joined by Jeffrey Vega and Aliak. Welcome to you both. Great to see you. Let's get right into it. We got to talk about all these piping hot game reveals. A lot of great stuff. Our list is pages and pages long here. I think we have to start right at the end, though, with the return of The Witcher 3 after basically 10 years. Aliak?
Absolutely. I'm so excited about this game. This is one of the games that I'm looking forward to the most in the next coming year. It's not, people are calling it a DLC. This is an expansion. This is a whole completely new story added to Witcher 3, but it's not just Witcher 3 that they announced. They also announced a remaster, a free remaster of Witcher 3 just to get us, getting us started way through. I'm so excited for this game. Look at it. Look at it. There he is. There's our boy.
Yeah, it's. I can't even believe this is. I mean, it was rumored for a while. Obviously, it's been confirmed. But Jeffrey, what do you think now that you're actually seeing it?
I'm very excited. I will have to admit I have not finished The Witcher 3, so now I'm like I am just gonna get the remaster. I'm very, very excited, and it's free, which is awesome for me personally.
The two existing expansions are free to get you warmed up.
It's crazy.
For the new
like I the fact that it's also 11 years after, like it makes me think like what other games could.
That was right where my mind
It's
went.
like, what's the statute of limitations? Like, can we just start making expansions from like, I don't know, something from the GameCube era or something?
Well,
but yeah.
I mean, seriously, you joke, but if you're, say, Bethesda, and you've got people still playing Skyrim, still playing Fallout 4, I know there's Fallout 76, but you're probably taking notes. You're probably looking at this going, oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
we could have made a Skyrim expansion instead of, and to bide the time between now and Elder Scrolls 6. But yeah, I mean, CD Projekt Red, this seems like just a really smart business move. They're partnering with, as they mentioned, a studio of that includes a lot of ex-Witcher developers. So while CD Projekt itself is going full steam ahead on The Witcher 4, which we got confirmed this week is going to be out in 2028, you've got another team that's working on this, which, I mean, really, it's going to do is just get people fired up for The Witcher 4. Like, honestly, it kind of seems like it's checking the fan service box and very much the business box as well. Like it seems like a really, really smart way to go.
It doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel like I mean, it cannot be a cash grab when it's $0.
Well, I believe it's that if you own the game already, it's free.
Well, not the new one. The new one's going to cost money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, what? No, yeah, but
the remaster.
I feel like everyone has The Witcher 3, even if you haven't
point.
finished it like me. I mean, everyone definitely has that. But I'm really excited. Do we know if Geralt is in 4? Like, obviously,
it's confirmed that he is.
Okay, so he's not. They're not going to kill him off in Songs in the Past, right?
I mean, no, apparently not.
Okay,
We'll
good.
see.
Okay, I mean, I just want to make sure.
Unless he comes back as a ghost in Witcher 4, you never know. It's a lot of fantasy creatures. Anyway, go ahead.
That's fair. No, I'm just very, very excited because I haven't finished The Witcher 3, but I do have Geralt in Fortnite, and he does have everyone's leaving the live stream now. I have the Roach glider. Like I love that Witcher season of Fortnite, and so I'm just like, okay, I probably should go and play the original source material.
Yeah. And the remaster looked beautiful. The graphics, the colors that were shown. They also there's such a huge list of upgrades that they're bringing.
I was gonna say I tried to jot down as many as I could in the
So
3
many.
seconds that it was like the list of side
like a
effects on the
comical-
drug, right?
Yeah.
I think the big one that stood out to me was the transmog system.
Yeah.
There's just so many weapons and so much armor that you pick up while you're going through the world, and you kind of want to collect them all. So I think this is going to be a very exciting moment for those of you who are jumping into the game, and for those of us that are replaying the game because we're just excited for Witcher 4 and to see this new DLC, which I had a lot of questions about. Geralt had 3 swords in the poster, and I saw that the dev did point out and talked about the sword. I didn't catch what he said, but I'm wondering what kinds of weapons we're going to be bringing here and how they're going to connect. This DLC, this expansion will connect to The Witcher 4. So how is this story going to bring Ciri, and what happened to Ciri in Witcher 4 and her quest to becoming a Witcher?
I wrote down a few things. So enhanced combat, revamped mount handling. You mentioned the transmogrification system. The skill trees are getting revamped. We're good. We're seeing it here thanks to our awesome production team. New finishing moves are in here, and then it scrolls. Maybe we can even, I don't know if we can even pause it on when it starts scrolling the giant list of stuff.
Yeah, let's go one
I
by
saw like
one.
PS5 Pro support was on there.
Yeah.
But there's
a
just
skill tree
a whole ton of stuff that they are adding to this remaster. Jeffrey, you were mentioning it's, because we were all like, wait, didn't this already get remastered? But it just got a next gen patch, but not like a formal, like this is taking a pass at changing the game, like making some improvements to the game, whereas the next gen patch just prettied it up a little bit for PS5 and Series X.
Right. I'm very excited. I mean, again, this is, I feel like, a very exciting, beautiful moment in gaming when they do something like this, because it's like, as you're like a huge fan and you're so excited to play this, and I am about to be a huge fan, and actually I'm just going to restart it at this point, and the fact that I am able to go and, because I started playing it during the pandemic when it was 2022. They did the kind of the next gen, like, okay, everyone has a PS5 now, everyone has an Xbox Series X, like, let's release this free patch. And so when we were watching it and it was like remastered, I was like, wait, have they done this before? And they have, but it was just the kind of free, like, just because everyone kind of got that like PS5, Xbox
tech
kind
upgrade.
of next gen patch. And so I'm very, very excited to actually play it in like a remastered kind of way, like an official way.
So we do have the list paused if we want to bring it up on screen real quick, just because I'm sure everybody else watching.
Let's do it.
So here we go. And there's a lot on, there's like 15 things on that list.
Yeah.
Looting, rework, new motion blur, new accessibility features. That's always
That's great.
welcome. Foliage shading. They've modernized the tutorial, some HDR stuff. Wow. Grand Theft Auto Online is in this somehow. I don't know. That's really quite the crossover. They probably should have made a bigger deal out of that there. GTAO. I don't actually know what that is, but new shading. Well, yeah, so just a lot of stuff going on in this. Play Anywhere support on Xbox as well.
That's here we go.
Oh, and there's more. Switch
more.
2 exclusive features, which must mean like gyro stuff.
What? That's so cool.
Yeah. Lots of tech upgrades on the PC side if you're rocking a modern PC. So just a lot to dig into with this remaster. Now, you guys both know that like the Steam most played lists mostly consist of games that have been out for a long time. If you're one of the many developers shipping a big game this fall ahead of GTA 6, and this upgrade, this remaster, is coming out on September 29th, you're probably putting your head in your hands a little bit right now because you're like, oh no, are people going to skip buying our game because they already own The Witcher 3 and CD Projekt Red just made the 2 previous expansions free for anybody that already owns it? My point being, I think a lot of people might skip 1 or 2 fall purchases that aren't Grand Theft Auto 6 and just dive back into The Witcher 3 with this remaster.
I mean, that's how it always is too. It's just, it's when you replay a game, it's a comfort thing. It's like it's just jumping back in and just like my fiance right now is replaying Kingdom Hearts 3 because everyone got excited from all of the Kingdom Hearts reveals recently. And so like that feels like such a genius move of just like having that packed September and then just being like, okay, yeah, you can just play like a really good looking Witcher 3, which is like was game of the year. Everyone loved it. And it's free and you can play right before GTA 6, which is crazy.
You know, it's funny. I was watching Witcher 3 last night because we all knew this was coming. They announced that they were going to show up at Gamescom, and I started watching a couple of cutscenes and gameplay, and I was like, man, I really wish we got to play this with better graphics, and they knew what we wanted.
Thank you for wishing that into existence.
You are welcome.
I had no idea you were doing that.
You are welcome. I know the mod community also really absolutely took this game and brought it like a lot of additions to it, so it almost feels like they saw what the community wanted and they added it to the game, and now we just get like upgraded visuals. I saw new monster behavior, so if you're used to playing this game over and over, you might get surprised by a new monster move and get caught off guard. That seems really, really fun to me.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who hasn't finished it, like the enhanced monster behaviors, like what's an example of something? Is it just like the movement and like you have to parry differently, or
the way they might react to what you're doing, and you have so much different magic signs that you can do. I think this is here behavior.
Oh yeah.
For this, a new skill tree revamp as well.
That's cool.
I am so excited.
I'm guilty of playing. I started The Witcher 3 in 2015. And I knew it was like a 100-hour game going into it. And so that kind of defeated me before I even started playing it. So I've only put a handful of hours into this, but honestly, just watching this, it is working. Like it's making me want to dive back in, particularly with this modernization pass, not just on the tech side, but as we've been talking about, some of these gameplay, little passes and updates that they've made to it as well, where this might be worth another go. Even like if you're a lapsed player like myself on this, and again, however much money they spent on the remaster and then the Songs of the Past expansion, it's probably going to end up being money well spent as the best possible promotional vehicle for The Witcher 4 that you could possibly want.
Yeah.
Like I can't think of a better way to hype up Witcher 4. Than to do all of this stuff that they're doing.
I mean, to love The Witcher 4, which is going to have a completely new lead, it's going to be Ciri. You have to play Witcher 3 to fall in love with this character. I mean, this story is, Witcher 1, 2, and 3, but this is how I met Ciri and how I fell in love with Ciri's character and learned where she came from and how she, goes on the road to become what she decided to do now, which is to become a Witcher. This is how you learn to love Ciri through playing this game. So I think it's perfect. It took me 2 years to finish this game, and I still have so many quests to do.
God. Well, we only have a year and a half until 2028.
In fairness, I think there'll be plenty of people coming at this that fell in love with the first 2 or 3 good seasons of the Netflix show too, and got to know Ciri through that as well.
Yeah.
I guess that's probably the only part of CD Projekt Red's brilliant evil plan here that hasn't quite gone exactly how they wanted to, which is that the show kind of tailed off, right? It's sort of lost its steam, but yeah, just taking a look at this, man, it's for a game built on their own proprietary tech over a decade ago, it's looking really nice for even here in 2026. Like this is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I'm seeing we just saw the movement. Something that was, I guess, kind of like a con of this game is that the movement and the fights weren't as smooth, and it looks really smooth here. I think that's pretty exciting because part of the gameplay wasn't as fun. It's like, it's a €10 plus game.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a downside, and it looks like they've improved it, and it's going to be really, really fun to jump back into. And for advice for anybody who's jumping in, this game is really lore, like politically lore heavy at the very beginning, but some of the best stories lie in those hidden quests, and these expansions are almost better than even the main story. So.
Oh wow.
Don't stop.
Note taken.
Yeah. Just get through that first beginning, that first part. Trust me.
No taken. Plus, everybody's got newer, better hardware to throw at this game now too, to run it better. It's a great deal all around. All right, in just a second, we're going to check out Gravhounds, which was just revealed. But first, a friendly reminder that Opening Night Live is just the beginning of Gamescom. Tomorrow, Gamescom Studio kicks off, and you can expect 5 days of programming packed with new gameplay, trailers, developer interviews, and, most importantly, hands-on impressions of what's playable out on the show floor. Plus, Thursday night is the Gamescom Awesome Indie Show for this year. Friday is your Gamescom Award Show. And on Sunday, we've got special Gamescom episodes of your favorite IGN shows like GameScoop, Outside Xbox, and the IGN UK podcast. That all starts tomorrow, bright and early, 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, or 3 p.m. CEST. Now, here's a closer look at Gravhounds.
You saw the game revealed during Opening Night Live, but now it's time to dig into the gameplay and see what Gravhounds is all about. Joining me in the studio are Josh and Scott, the developers behind Gravhounds. Guys, welcome and thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us. We're excited to be here.
All right, now before we jump into the gameplay, I wanted to give you the opportunity to sort of give us the elevator pitch. What is Gravhounds?
Sure. So Gravhounds is a 1 to 4 player cooperative action experience where you play as a working dog in space that is stranded far from home and trying to find your way back.
All right. And is there like any inspiration from the game, like any games that you sort of like pulled pieces from to?
I mean, I think, we just wanted to create a fun, chaotic co-op experience that you could sit down and enjoy with friends. And it was a lot of like different ideas that came from people across our team. So we're like a little small, tight-knit indie team. There's 7 of us, and we just kind of jam out on different ideas and develop the game from there.
Now, you said this is a co-op sort of action shooter game. How many players can you have on your squad?
So it's up to 4 players. Really, that's what it's designed for. Is it like really comes into its own in a co-op experience, but you can play from anywhere 1 to 4.
All right, so as long as you have 4 people, you can have your pack all together. Now, we do have some exclusive gameplay footage of the game that will show that right now. And then I'll sort of toss it to you guys. Walk us through what we're looking at here.
Yeah, so this is early in a session. So we have just dropped down onto the surface of a planet, and we are starting to lay out our base of operations around our dropship. So what you see here is we're building out pipeline. Pipeline extends out from our dropship, and it provides power to these little nodes or sockets that you see here. And this is kind of like our build grid for the base that we're going to build around our operations on the planet. So here you see Finn has just picked up a build kit, and the first thing he's going to build is the fabricator. And the fabricator is kind of like a factory in a box. This is how we build all the other build kits that you'll use to construct things like turrets and generators and other buildings as you're setting up your base on the planet. But before we can build anything from the fabricator, we need to collect some resources. So as we visit each one of these planets, we're coming down to the surface to pick up resources to help us on our journey home. And so these play a role in our metagame and our progression, but they also provide us with build credits within the session, which we can then spend to buy build kits at the fabricator.
All right. Also, I'm really impressed by the movement. It seems like these dogs are very well equipped with different gadgets and booster packs and things like that. Can you walk me through some of the tools that you can use?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of mobility in our game. So we really wanted movement to feel fast and fluid. So it's like fun to move around the environment and get from place to place. So each one of the Gravhounds has a booster rig that they can use to move laterally, move quickly in response to threats. They can also use their jump jets to jump and hover in the environment. And so there's a lot of verticality in the play as well. So here you just saw the player there just grabbed their first reward pod. So reward pods come down throughout the course of each match. The first one provides you with your weapon for the match, and you get a choice between a couple of different weapons there.
Very cool. What sort of weapons can players get their hands on? I'm assuming some ARs, SMGs, more heavy weaponry as well.
There's a pulse rifle, sniper. You can play with a grenade launcher. You love the sniper, though.
I love it. Yeah, that's my weapon for sure.
Yeah. And so each time you're coming down to the surface of the planet, you have like a central objective that you need to accomplish. We call that the job. And that's what you need to do before you can launch your ship back into orbit. And so in this case, the Grabhounds have come down to connect to a fuel pump and get enough fuel that they can make a jump to the next system. And here, that fuel pump has come under attack.
And obviously, yeah, the wildlife is not too pleased with you taking all their resources. So what sort of enemies can we expect? Obviously, there's like some smaller ads here. Like, are there bigger boss fights that'll sort of approach as the level progresses?
Exactly. You'll see a little bit in a moment, but here's an example of a wave of the smaller guys like coming on, and then later on you'll start to get larger and larger enemies, and we got some big scary boss guys coming in a little later on.
All right. Now walk me through some of the characters in the game. Obviously, there's different Grabhounds that you can play as. Do they play differently? Do they sort of have the same skill sets, or how does that work?
So each of the Grabhounds has a unique ability that they can use. And so, for example, you might see Dozer is digging down and planting bone bombs, and those are like proximity mines that he can use to protect his territory. Celine has her fetch ability that she throws a frisbee out and she can like go and grab it and cover long distances. In the trailer that we showed tonight, we saw Finn using his play dead ability. So like all of these are influenced by the personalities of the dogs, and they give them a little bit of differentiation, but it's not like a class-based shooter. Like everybody can build things, everybody can use all the same weapons. It's just something that gives them a little bit of personality.
Gotcha. And there is a way to self-revive apparently as well. You saw that little doll version of the...
Yeah, so whenever you die, you turn into a little stuffy version of yourself, and you need returned to the collector or dropship in order to revive. And you've got a little bit of control while you're the little stuffy. You can kind of roll and try and get yourself onto a pipeline to get back. Or you look out for a friend to kind of throw you in, pick you up and launch you.
Oh, if I'm playing this with my friends, they're going to launch me in the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah.
Make it hard.
That happens a lot. Yeah, actually, there's, you use the grav beam to pick things up in the game, and that's something you can use to pick up resources. You can pick up enemies and throw them against trees or rocks. You can pick up things and throw them at enemies, turn them into weapons. And obviously, you can pick up your teammates when they need reviving, but you can also just pick up any one of the Grabhounds and yeet them across the map. And that's something we took out at one point because we were like, this might be too trolly, but that's kind of the fun of the game. Like the game is all about just getting together with friends. It's a PvE experience. Like, let's get together, have a chaotic fun time, and sometimes trolling your friends is where the fun is had.
Yeah, is that sort of like y'all's target audience for this game? Like, what sort of what player is sort of the archetype that would love Grabhounds?
Yeah, I mean, this is like for a group of co-op centric players, that want to have fun with friends and don't want to take things too seriously. It's every time you're going down, you're having to deal with like increasing pressure and things that are just spinning out of control, and that's half the fun of the experience.
Yeah, but of course you could also play this single player, like if you don't have a consistent group of friends to play with, or if you're more of a lone wolf, if you will, or a lone dog, if you will. You can still play it all in single player as well, correct?
Yep. Yeah, and we've got very different players on the team, very different styles of players, and I think the game really appeals to like everything from sort of kind of casual to more serious shooters that we have on the team. So
does the game difficulty sort of adjust based on how many players you have in a squad?
Definitely, there's a bunch of things that will change depending on how many players are on there. So you'll be facing like larger hordes of enemies when you have more players, and the credits that you receive from gathering resources, those are all split between your team. So if you're playing as a single player, you kind of have the same amount of currency to spend, so you can build more as an individual player.
Very cool. Yeah, again, I'm loving the movement. It looks so fluid. I cannot wait to try it out for myself. Speaking of, when can players get their hands on Graph?
Yeah, so we're going to be entering into early access later this year on Steam as well as Xbox. So that's Xbox on PC, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S. We're also going to be available day one on Xbox Game Pass.
Amazing.
Yeah, so we're really excited about that.
Now, for the early access or sort of like play tests, how can players sign up for that?
Yeah, so I mean, the first thing is like right now, if people want to do what they can to help us out as a small indie team, is like go find this on your platform of choice, wish list the game. You have no idea how much it helps us out. But yeah, we have play tests that are going to be happening as well.
Yeah, if you just head to the Steam page and there should be a wish list and a sign up for the playtest there. And then on Xbox, you can go to the Insider Hub and request access there.
All right. Well, Josh, Scott, thank you guys so much for being here. Is there anything else you want to say to fans of Graph Hounds before we let you go?
No, I just look forward to seeing everybody's reaction to the game. This is something that our team has been working on, with love for years now. So it's just so exciting to be able to reveal it here for the first time on Opening Night Live.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much. That's all the time we have. Thank you for coming by and showing us the game. Graph Hounds looks awesome. I can't wait to try it out with my friends. Thank you so much for watching, and we got a ton more Gamescom coming up, so don't go anywhere.
That was Graph Hounds, one of the many games that got shown off during Opening Night Live. Let's talk next about arguably the second biggest game after what we just went on for 15 minutes about, justifiably so, which was The Witcher 3 and its new remaster and its new expansion. But another new remake, we got part 3 of Final Fantasy VII Revelation. We've seen it a couple times before, so maybe the hype level, not quite as stratospheric as the return of The Witcher 3, but nevertheless, this has been a long journey remaking the entirety of Final Fantasy VII. I remember when I first announced it, I was like, wait, so I'm going to have to pay $180 to replay Final Fantasy VII? Although now it's like more than that because game prices have gone up since they started this whole project. But the point is, the first 2 have been awesome. Now we have Revelation. Jeffrey, your first reactions to this new gameplay trailer for Revelation?
I'm ready for it to come out. It's been a long time, and I know one of my close friends is especially excited for this. And Final Fantasy VII is great because it's like even if you've never played a Final Fantasy game, it's like a perfect. I mean, it's widely considered the best one, and so being able to kind of play this in I feel like what we were just talking about, The Witcher, where they're polishing it up and it looks really good. And honestly, some of the best social content on IGN is when we just do side-by-sides of the original sort of polygon,
PS1
cloud. Yeah. And so I'm excited for this to come out so that we'll have a lot of more content to post. But yeah, it looks incredible. I'm excited it's coming to every platform. And I just feel like at this point, I'm like, okay, let's finish the story so that we can get maybe new stories in this world. Because it's funny because I'm thinking about seeing Tifa and Yuffie because we were playing Kingdom Hearts 1 again, and I always forget that they're all in that game. And I'm like, we should remake Kingdom Hearts in this, which they are making Kingdom Hearts 4, which kind of looks like this style graphics. And so I'm excited. I kind of love this whole world, and it looks incredible, and I'm just like, okay, I just give it to us now. Spring is it'll be here before you know it. Too far away.
But yeah, Alec.
I just can't imagine what it's like playing Final Fantasy VII being your favorite game and then going from what you said polygons to this, waiting that many years to experience the ending of one of your favorite games has to be such an amazing experience. I mean, it looks absolutely incredible. I personally made the mistake of waiting for this part 3 to come out so I could play 1, 2, and 3. I've never played Final Fantasy, so I was was waiting for it like it was like a Netflix show or something.
You're gonna binge watch.
So now you've got like 120 plus hours.
I've made a mistake. I was like, do you know how long these games are? And now I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna start, but I absolutely have to. So maybe I'll just play the Polygon game first. Maybe that one's shorter.
No,
but,
definitely not. You gotta play the newer ones.
I'll play the new ones. I'm just wondering what I really want to know what is new in this third iteration or this third part of Final Fantasy VII. What are they bringing to Final Fantasy VII fans? How are they expanding that world? Will it be new sections of the map? And those are the questions I would like to see answered.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they will be answered in due time. Spring 2027 isn't that far away, but there are about a million other cool games, many of which we just saw, that are coming out between now and then. But yeah, it's like if you're... I admit, I was skeptical when they first announced this remake project of doing it in 3 games, but they have absolutely given people their money's worth on the first 2, where they are each complete, massive, fleshed out experiences. Like I can't think of another remake of a game in history that's been handled this way, where it's just, there have been beat for beat remakes of things that have been awesome. There have been reinterpretation kind of remakes, but this is it's every approach in one. Yeah. It's like every way you could remake a game, they're doing it, and it's turned out, again, they're 2 for 2 so far, and Revelation looking amazing here.
Has this ever happened before where they remade a game over multiple games?
Not that I can immediately think of. Chad will have our backs on this quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but
Chad, if
anyway.
there's another game like this, because I'm like, you could probably remake the Metal Gear Solid games like this.
This would be like Nintendo if they just spring on us in the next month. They're like, oh, by the way, the Ocarina of Time remake, it's part 1.
Oh no,
we're gonna get part 2 in 5 years from now. And you're like, oh god,
1 game per temple.
We shouldn't give Nintendo any ideas on that.
Nintendo, don't do that.
Let's talk about a brand new video game that no one's seen or played yet. It is a game that had been announced previously, but now this is our first time getting a look at proper gameplay. It was honestly, of all we made a list here during that interview that you guys were just watching of what we want to talk about, and right at the top of that list after Witcher 3 and Final Fantasy 7, Warlock, Dungeons and Dragons. This looked, by every definition of the word, fantastic. Art direction looked incredible. Combat looked super deep. There were spells, there was melee combat, there was a little imp buddy to help you out. Like, there was a lot going on here. Aliak, your first impressions of Warlock.
As someone who's played Dungeons and Dragons before, this is exactly what I would want to see. I actually play a lot of Warlock, so getting to see a Warlock and experience this point of view gameplay in a video game and visually be able to experience and see it is just so exciting for me. And also, there's some really cool characters here, like this other being, a warlock. I'm not sure if it's a demon, but she seems to, I think warlocks have like a being that they make a contract with. So this has to be what this is. She's so cool. I want to play the game just because of her.
Yeah. Also, Maggie Robertson was on stage to reveal it, Maggie Robertson is the best person ever, and she voices Lady Dimitrescu in Resident Evil. And so I have no doubt in my mind she's going to bring it for this.
Yeah, the magic looks so interesting. Pulling monsters, people, like, it seemed like you could curse monsters as well.
I like the little conjuring table that she brings up.
Yeah, it was just so. Oh, and I think I wrote down here, magic can change weather. The warlock was able to make it just rain and make say the playing field, change the weather to suit what she needed to do in that moment. I thought that was so cool. And the imp.
Yeah,
how
the
cute is that?
gameplay.
How funny is that?
That was the only thing you said while we were watching the stream. We were like, "That's an imp." It looks really, really cool. Like, honestly, like all of the, like, just looking at this gameplay right here, like the puzzle platformer elements, like that's not something I would even think of right away when I think of like a D&D game. And then being able to kind of do the things that your character can do, whatever cantrip, magic spells, like anything that you can do in D&D, having it be this kind of game that looks like, I mean, a big single player kind of. You had mentioned it was like very God of War-esque, very like Uncharted, kind of very single player. And the fact that you can just kind of do whatever. I didn't like this thing though. Whatever that.
The Beholder?
The Beholder, no. That thing scares me. That's like in my nightmares. That's like my sleep paralysis demon.
But yeah, I mean, it's you've got there's Allie, you were saying during live when we were watching it, just the so many different combat options here. Where I imagine we're gonna have to get like holding one of the bumper buttons to then get 4 more attacks on the face buttons, because we saw probably 5 or 6 different types of attack just in this short demo.
We're gonna have to do claw controls for this. Like,
I
just
think so.
claw
They're
claw
like,
grip.
okay, they were like charging something, like, but I don't know. It's like, are you? Yeah, like how intricate is the button?
And what I like about this too is, see how right now the HUD is on. So we have health bar and whatever the other, maybe it's a mana bar of some kind of, and then the bottom right looks like spells. And so like this is real gameplay.
Yeah.
Like this isn't like the fake cinematic kind of not quite real gameplay. Like this appears to be very, very real gameplay.
Yeah.
And just, I want to come back to the art direction. Like this, when I picture D&D, like this is exactly the kind of sort of medieval fantasy art style, and like what the town looks like, and those rolling hills in the background there. Like visually, this is just looking awesome. And this was probably the standout of the new stuff for me. We're going to talk about Gears of War E-Day in a minute and some other stuff that we have seen before. But in terms of the new things that we hadn't actually seen in action before, I think this might have been my favorite thing in the whole show.
Yeah, I think so too. And I also we just saw her doing the ritual to like change the weather. I'm like, I wish we could do that in Los Angeles and really everywhere where it's super hot outside.
Just make it rain.
But yeah, this looks really good. I think what I'm really excited about for Warlock is I'm hoping that there is, I mean, it looks very like obviously, realistic in the fantasy sense.
Yeah.
But I still hope that there's like the silly kind of things that you get when you play D&D, like with friends, right? Like I want to be able to like see if I can finish off a boss by throwing like a potato or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
the stuff you do in Baldur's Gate 3.
Exactly. Yeah. Which I feel like this could easily pull that off.
I think one of the questions that I had when I was watching was, if this didn't have the Dungeons and Dragons game name attached to it, would I play it? And I think I still do feel like I want to see more from them, and I need to see that story, and if it's going to sell me on it. It looks really fun. It looks it just looks really cool. I need to see trailer part 2.
Yeah, well, we'll have some time on this one, I imagine. Let's move to the game that actually kicked the show off, a new one from Hoyoverse called Notice Fall, which we were kind of half joking by the end of the broadcast that like there were like 5 or 6 games that visually looked like the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
With Notice Fall. Like, don't get us wrong, it looks great. Like, it looks really, really good, but sort of this little anime-inspired fantasy, dragons, fast action combat, third person. So this was the first one of those we saw from Hoyoverse, Notice Fall. And this to me was a good way to get started. Like, this is a brand new thing.
Very different from Genshin
the combat
Impact.
looked smooth. Yeah, Jeffrey, what did you think of this one?
It's just funny because when we saw the Hoyoverse, I'm just like, okay, this is definitely not Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Definitely not some sort of, kind of like, it looks crazy.
That's
like
impressive.
that I feel like just these visuals alone just feels like what we imagine like what a big game would look like. Like, this is just like you're having a dream or a nightmare when you're sleeping, and you're like, this is crazy to just like see as like an opening to a game. And also was it co-op too? Like,
yes.
Was that the big thing too? Like,
yeah, co-op, you fight dragons, obviously, as we saw there. You can summon spirits to fight alongside you. Divine authority has crumbled and order has collapsed, is how Mr. Keeley put it after that. And you play as a weaver in this game.
Weaver.
Allie, what'd you think of this one?
I think it looks visually impressive. It does remind me of Elden Ring, but with a little bit, I guess, more anime aesthetics into it. It just looks really, really cool. I definitely want to see what the story is about as well. I need to see. But it just looks like something that is going to be really fun. I'm excited about the co-op aspect of it because playing Elden Ring by yourself is fun. It's scary and you want to throw the computer out of the window all the time, but it's kind of fun if you get to play with a friend as well. So I want to know what the difficulty, what's the difficulty in this game? I don't know. The bosses look really cool. I hope they're really difficult to fight.
That's what's hard about Elden Ring. Like, it's funny when that game was coming out and it was just like, yeah, it's a masterpiece. It's a 10 out of 10 on IGN. Like, it's so huge, but it's like, it can be like critically like an incredible game, but it's just like not a game for everybody. And I feel like if this was a single player game, I feel like I wouldn't be as inclined because I'm just not a huge fan of like a punishing type of game, you know, like some of the more intense Souls-like stuff. But like, I like the trend of gaming doing more and more co-op, and I feel like this is a type of game that I would not expect to be a co-op. And so this is sort of like raising my eyebrow a little bit because I'm just like, okay, wait.
Did I just see 4-player co-op? There was like a revival. Yeah.
Oh, well, there were 3 for sure there. But.
Oh, it kind of reminds me of Monster Hunter as well right now with like
a little
better
Monster
graphics.
Hunter meets Elden Ring maybe might be
That's fun.
a quick way to put this. We've got about like a minute and a half here till our next little break, but I want to mention Rainbow Six Tactics real quick. Alec, I know you love shooters. I don't know if you're a Siege player, Rainbow Six Siege, but Siege has been going so long that when I reviewed the original version of it for IGN in 2015, I'd worked at IGN for 3 years. Now I've worked here 14 years. That's how long it's been since Siege launched. Siege is still going, but we haven't had a single-player Rainbow Six game since Rainbow Six Vegas 2 in 2008.
Oh my God.
On the Xbox 360 and PS3. That's the last time that we got a single-player Rainbow Six. So this, Rainbow Six Tactics, was one of my favorite announcements from this because I love Clancy games. I particularly love the single-player Clancy games because obviously there's, on the multiplayer side, there's Siege and The Division. 2 still going strong now as well. But we just, like, about to come out is Star Wars Zero Company, which is Star Wars doing the tactics thing, and now Rainbow's doing it. And this, I think this looks great. Like it's single player only. It is you've got 15 operators pulled from Rainbow Six Siege. We saw like Sledge was in there, for sure. But like, Alec, are you gonna play this? Are you gonna be into doing the planning and then like watching the plan unfold?
I think I'm definitely more of a PV, like first person shooter competitive type person. I think if when I dive into the Tom Clancy world, I'm more of a Ghost Recon, and those are the single player games I play, but again, they're first person. I think this looks really cool if you're a huge fan of shooters and stories. It's going to be fun to see how people engage in the campaign story in this manner. It's fun. I think it's something that will be really cool for me to jump into and try out.
What do you say, Jeff? Are you an XCOM guy? Is this up your alley?
I don't play a lot of XCOM, but I am excited for Zero Company, and like I thought this looked really cool. Like it's funny because like I play. I mean, if you follow IGN on social, you know I play a lot of Fortnite on IGN streams, and like I just like can't get into more multiplayer stuff like this. So this actually appeals to me of something that I can go in at my own pace and just not be frustrated, if I'm playing like online or whatever, and I'm just like dying all the time. And I'm like, this could be fun because I've actually really, really enjoyed diving into more kind of like, I mean, this isn't really like a management type game, but like being able to kind of like plan all these things and just do runs, like that sounds fun to me.
Yeah, you play as Bishop in this, who is the protagonist in Rainbow Six Vegas, so tying it back to that. So yeah, again, no XCOM 3 in sight, but if you are a tactics fan, an XCOM fan, you're eating pretty good right now with this and Star Wars Zero Company as well. Last word here,
I think I want to see a Splinter Cell so bad.
Oh, don't get me. That's another show. I'll be doing that show after this show. It'll be. I also reviewed the last Splinter Cell game for IGN 13 years ago.
It's been too long.
Did Ubisoft?
13 years ago.
Splinter Cell Blacklist. Where's that remake, guys? Please, for the love of God. Anyway, so again, you and I we can do that show after the show. But for now, in case you didn't get enough reveals during Opening Night Live, we've got you covered. Because up next, we've got a stack of exclusive trailers and an interview with the developers of Murals, which was one of the games just announced. That's coming up next, so stick around. IGN's live Opening Night Live post-show continues after this.
So it is indeed a monster.
Watch out! Everyone brace for something!
Ready for a roguelike adventure across a new universe? A stellar journey for all ages.
Hold myself through the fog I steer. The tides unknown guide my drifting years. Choose the gamble or the gale. Choose the gamble. Take the gamble, brave the gale.
Murals from Delilah Studios was just revealed through Opening Night Live with a taste of what's to come in the epic fantasy adventure. Joining me now to talk about Murals is AJ Grant Scrutton. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
AJ, I am so happy to have you here. Now, as we mentioned, we've got an epic fantasy adventure. Talk to me a bit about Murals. What kind of game is it? Tell me about the setting, the story, everything.
Yeah, sure. It's our kind of isometric action adventure game where you kind of hack and slash your way through twisted versions of fairy tales, folklore, and fables.
So it seems like there's a lot of inspirations from the game. Obviously, you guys have published a few different sort of styles of IPs before. Can you talk to me about the inspiration behind Murals specifically?
Yeah, definitely. For us, like, this is our big first original game in over a decade, and when we were kind of looking at, like, what did we want to tackle? Like, what was the stories we wanted to tell? We really started going back to, like, our childhoods and kind of thinking of those, like, fairy tales and fables we were told when we were kids. And as you're probably aware, a lot of the source material for that stuff's pretty dark. Like, what you see in the beautiful animated films doesn't necessarily align with what the Brothers Grimm did. And we found that as a really interesting starting place. And so we kind of set this goal in mind of, like, let's go back, let's read the old source material, and then figure out how we can twist it in a Delilah way.
All right, and now where do these classic sort of reimaginings come into play? Can you talk to us about some of the classics that we see in the trailer and why you chose those stories in particular?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, picking the stories was really hard, like really hard. There is a big plethora to pick from. And so for us, we kind of wanted this combination of, like, titles we could make, like, familiar but fresh. So in the course of the trailer, we should actually show, like, little snippets of quite a few. So there's everything in there from Sleeping Beauty to Hansel and Gretel to Little Red Cap to Through the Looking Glass. So yeah, like, it was really kind of like all the studio getting to call out what their favorites were and then deciding what were the ones we felt we could do the most justice to.
Were there any that you in particular were like, oh, we gotta throw this in, like, this is my childhood story that I want to tell?
Hansel and Gretel for me was a big one. Like, I loved that story, and I just felt there was, like, a lot of room to play with, like how we could twist it and kind of make it really our own. That one really kind of struck out to me. But obviously, like, the classics like, you know, Sleeping Beauty and Rapunzel were really fun to play with as well.
All right. It seems like you gave us a lot in this first trailer, a lot of little tidbits. Were there any that weren't in the trailer that you can sort of tease right now without spoilers?
Oh, I mean, yeah, look, I'm very sensitive about, like, not revealing too much, even though I've already revealed a lot. But there are definitely some surprises later on. You know, when we were looking at this, we didn't just want to restrict ourselves to traditional fairy tales. So you might see some other stuff from the public domain kind of coming in later to give it a real twist.
Ooh, that's intriguing. Now, I do want to talk about gameplay, sort of the moment to moment. What can players expect there? There's some combat, there's a little bit of puzzles in there. Talk to me about the gameplay cycle.
Yeah, sure. I mean, one of our core pillars when we were making this was combat at its core. Like, we really built this experience from the ground up around being in combat for most of it. So, like, as you saw from the trailer there, it's kind of very, like, frenetic, reactive combat. You know, we wanted to make something that was accessible, pick up and play, but at the same time had a depth to it. You know, some of my favorite things, not that I'm supposed to have favorite things, but, like, I got quite greedy and I wanted the ability to dual wield, melee, and ranged weapons. So you'll see in the trailer, you're seamlessly using both your melee and your ranged weapons to kind of tackle the enemies. And then beyond combat, like you said, we have these interactions. So we have everything there from the gingerbread gang's puzzle you see in kind of Hansel and Gretel's in that trailer to braiding Rapunzel's hair to kind of be able to ascend the tower. So we have lots of these fun little moments to give the player respite from combat.
That's awesome. Now, talk to me a little bit about the progression in the game. This isn't a roguelike or a roguelite, as we sort of talked about a little bit offline, or Diablo, anything like that. This is sort of like a more linear storyline that you're progressing through. What changes as you go through the story, and, like, how do you keep rewarding players for being engaged?
Yeah, definitely. You know, whilst roguelikes and roguelites were definitely influences to us in kind of how we approach the moment to moment, this is, as you said, you know, it is a linear story. It is an action adventure title start to finish. And over the course of the game, you're going to be unlocking new weapons. And what we like to talk about there is, like, the weapons aren't necessarily upgrades as much as they're almost style choices. Like, you may get really used to using Dixie Cut, our sword from the south, and then you'll come across the Wolf Hammer, and suddenly you want to try a whole new approach to combat. And on top of that, you're kind of improving your abilities as well. You know, the basics like your strength and HP, but everything to kind of canvas clear, which is like our arena-wide blast you see in the trailer.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is your first original title in a decade since Illusion Island, and on top of that, you're self-publishing. Talk to me about a little bit of the challenges in developing this title without, you know, having a publisher looming over your head.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, like it's our first real self-published title. So, you know, Delala's been going now for just over 14 years, and for the majority of that, we've had partners and you know, big ones as well. I think for us, what the challenge was that we kind of set out from day one was we had to hold ourselves accountable. You know, when you have a publisher, for better or for worse, you're getting milestone feedback. You're getting that regular criticism of your work from outside of, you know, the entity that is the studio. And for us, we kind of almost had to take on this structure where, you know, the C-suite of Delala almost became the publisher. And so, and that is super difficult because two of us on the C-suite are the game director and the technical director of the project. So that was definitely a big challenge. But I can tell you, like, what has been really lovely for us in this experience is we've always been a quick reactive studio in terms of development, and we've suddenly had the freedom to do that with the IP and the publishing. You know, like, we suddenly think of an idea and we're like, okay, well, like, can we do this? And then suddenly a week later it happens, and like there's this thing that exists outside the game that promotes the game, and we were able to turn that around in a week. And you rightly so can't necessarily do that with a larger publisher because there's a lot of necessary red tape to get through. So we've definitely enjoyed the freedom, and we've definitely had to be pushing ourselves and holding ourselves accountable.
AJ, this is so exciting. Congratulations on the announcement. Is there anything you want to tell the fans of home that want to learn more about Murals?
Yeah, look, we're really excited for you all to see the game and to get your hands on the game. Whilst we're coming out in 2027, you can wishlist the title on Steam now and join our Discord where we will be doing regular updates, closed play tests, etc.
Is there any plan for a console release?
Right now, our main focus is Steam, so we're really like honed in on getting that feeling great and out there for the Steam players. But, you know, we're always having conversations about what the future could hold.
AJ, thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure having you here. If you want to check out more about Murals, it's coming out in 2027, and you can find out more on Steam and their Discord. We got tons more Gamescom coming up, so...
All right, that was a closer look at Murals, and right before that, a new trailer for Sea of Remnants. If that one got your attention, there will be a closed beta test in December, and you can find out the details on seaofremnants.com. All right, now, one of the best parts of ONL we haven't talked about yet is a little game called Gears of War E-Day, prequel time in the Gears universe. I have a million things I could say, but I want to be a good host and let other people have opinions as well. Alia, take it away. Gears E-Day.
You said little game. Yeah, just a little game.
Little indie project.
Just a little project. This game is such an iconic game to a lot of people who grew up playing Xbox. It's a franchise that deserves this comeback. I think Gears of War E-Day looks like the comeback for Gears of War in terms of storytelling. I did get to play the beta as well, and I was really happy with it. But just seeing this new trailer come out, how scary have the Locust become? That villain Locust, I'm not sure what his name is yet. He looked terrifying. They really made the Locust look just impressive. I mean, they've always been terrifying, but they really ramped up how scary it would be to get taken over by the Locust. This is the story from the very beginning, and the campaign looks incredible. The story, it looks like it's going to be emotional.
It always is. That's the secret of Gears.
It looks like it's going to be, you know, as always, action-packed, but the storytelling looks like it's going to be really, really good. I fell off of it with Gears of War 4 and 5, and I feel like now I'm just as excited as I was when I played Gears of War 2 and 3, and this is going to be so cool. I can't wait to cry again.
Jeffrey?
I mean, I'm still sad that there was like this brief moment of time this year where we thought maybe E-Day would come to other platforms, and they were like, nope, it's definitely for sure Xbox console exclusive. And I mostly play on the other platforms, and that's okay because this looks really, really good, and I'm excited. The Locust look terrifying, and I love to see, like, I'm excited that the fact that, like, even though we obviously know like Marcus, everyone, they're all not gonna die because it's a prequel. I'm excited to see how it like recontextualizes a lot of things with E-Day. And yeah, I mean, it looks awesome. I mean, it looks terrifying because I don't like sort of, you know, demonic guys coming from from hell. But you know, it's just, I don't know. It looks bloody. I loved the showcase that they showed all the gameplay this summer, but this new trailer looks gnarly.
So I had a chance to play the campaign. The preview is up. It went up while we've been on the air on IGN. So I would encourage anybody that wants more to hear sort of more in-depth opinion on Gears E-Day's campaign. I have a 12-minute video on IGN or on YouTube, or you can just read the whole thing on IGN.com as well. But the short version for me is I actually, for whatever reason, just something about that campaign reveal at the Xbox showcase that you were just talking about, Jeffrey, it just didn't click with me quite the same. Not that it looked bad by any stretch, but I didn't feel the hype like I would expect to after, it's been 7 years since Gears 5, which I super loved. But when I sat down to play this, which the slice I played was the first hour of Act 2. So it's set after what we saw at the summer showcase for Xbox. And it took like 30 seconds and I was just grinning ear to ear. It's got plenty of story stuff, a lot of great cutscenes, a lot of great character, like little character moments. It's got epic violence, as you'd expect. It's got the origin story of a particularly famous Gears of War weapon that I won't spoil right here, but I mean, you could probably won't take you long to guess. Oh, wow. It's got lots of great new Marcus Phoenix one-liners when you kill stuff, and the action's really good. This franchise turns 20 this year. Gears 1 was 2006 for the 360, so this is the 20th year. And in my opinion, Gears' combat has aged really well. Like, it is still just fun to pick up and play this third-person cover-based shooting. And what I love about what they're doing in E-Day is the way they're evolving that without messing with it is adding a weapon mod system. So as you go, you'll pick up collectibles and you'll unlock different weapon mods. So they've kind of retconned the original active reload mechanic as your default weapon mod for everything. They call it Full Metal Jacket now. So it's, you know, when you hit reload and then you tap the button again, the shoulder button again, just right to land it in that perfect zone. Yeah. Your next clip does extra damage. Oh. So they've basically taken that and they've built a whole system out of it where every weapon has its own. Well, every weapon has that as one of them you can choose, but then there are a bunch of other ones that are weapon specific. Like, for instance, one of the ones with the Nasher shotgun is, I'm blanking on the name of it right now, but it's when you stash it, meaning you switch to another weapon, it automatically reloads it when you put it away, so that when you take it back out, it is fully reloaded and ready to go. So that weapon mod system seems like it's going to be really good as you get further into the campaign, and hopefully, assuming there's a New Game Plus mode, that you can take all of them back in from the jump. So I loved so much what I played of this, and that when the hour ended and it literally comes up on the screen like demo complete, and then it just kicks you back to the main menu. I was almost mad. I was like, damn it, I just want to play more. That's like, I am so fired up for this now. This is, I mean, GTA is still my number one game because it's GTA, but I'm really, really pumped for this.
Yeah, that was one of my questions about this game, even though I have loved Gears previously before, is the gameplay going to hit the same in 2026? And when I jumped into the beta, all my questions were answered. I absolutely loved it. I enjoyed Horde Siege. Getting to play with other players was really, really fun. The mod system was cool. I feel like it gave me a purpose, not to just play Horde mode and shoot locusts for infinite numbers of hours, but it's just like, oh, I have a thing that I can do now, unlock all these mods. I get to increase the difficulty and just, like, you know, make my Gears just stronger. It was just such a cool experience, and it was really fun. I'm excited to see how the mod system will also impact PvP, assuming that the PvP, maybe we'll get some esports Gears of War coming through. We'll see how that
Wouldn't be
goes.
a bad thing.
But it looks like Gears of War is looking really, really good.
Let's talk about another big shooter sequel, although I guess Gears is a prequel, but Metro 2039. This is a game I can't talk about because my preview, the embargo's not up yet. So just saying, tune in like 11 hours from now.
Okay.
From as we're airing this live, but I want to hear from each of you because I know you guys have seen. I've had the privilege of playing this, but just based on what you saw in the trailer, Jeffrey, what'd you think of Metro 2039?
I think it looked great. I haven't played Exodus, and so I don't know. Like, can I just jump in? I mean, I know it's like continuing. Is that something that is?
I have an opinion.
Okay.
I fell in love with Metro in 2033, which is the first game for Metro. I suggest everybody jumps in and plays that first. It's such a cool story. Exodus changed everything in that they made Metro into an open world game. When before it was a linear shooter, there's a lot of horror aspects in Metro. It was such a cool experience. And now with 2039, we're going back into that more linear. The character that is, his name is
The
Stranger. He's having these violent nightmares, and he's journeying back into the Metro, which is where we started in 2033. So I think that's really exciting. And for you, Jeffrey, you got to jump and play that first game.
Oh man.
Yeah, you got to do that
you
one.
love scary
I do.
horror stuff, and I'm a little bit more of a chicken about it.
We'll play together, right?
But
Yeah.
It looked really
Well,
cool. Yeah.
you know, it's a single player game,
Yeah,
so you
but
can
couch
just
game.
Yeah, exactly. Just moral support.
Moral support.
Yeah. It's like
Moral
a book
support.
club, but for Metro 2039. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot to say about this, so do tune into IGN for it. But I was super impressed by the trailer. I mean, you can see like just visually. So they use a proprietary engine, their own 4A Games engine. That's the name of the development studio, and it's a super pretty game.
Really?
That at the very least, and just as a random personal editorialization, single player first person shooters are kind of a dying breed in this age of everything has to be monetized. We want long tails so we can make more money from people. Like, we don't get a lot of just purely single player first person shooters anymore. I mean, we got Doom: The Dark Ages last year, which was excellent. But it's a pretty short list these days. And the fact that this developer 4A Games just keeps feeding us these single player first person shooters, just as somebody for whom first person shooters and specifically single player first person shooters are my favorite genre, just makes me so happy. So yeah, I wish I could just do 10 minutes on this right now, but you'll have to wait for my preview later. But I do have a very comprehensive preview. I'll just say I got to play 4 hours of this.
Oh, wow.
So it was a pretty substantial chunk.
I'm jealous.
Okay.
So I have a lot to say once that preview goes live on IGN. Let's move to a game that for sure none of us have played. There's no embargo we have to dance around. And that is an upcoming role-playing game, I guess action role-playing game, Exodus. So this game came onto the scene 2 or 3 years ago because it had Matthew McConaughey in it, and it looked like kind of a Mass Effect meets Interstellar type of vibe going on in terms of gameplay and story. And it seems like that is what it is. The lead writer on it, his name is Drew Karpyshyn, who, if that name sounds familiar, it's because he wrote the original 3 Mass Effect games. So the Mass Effect comparisons are very, very warranted. And we finally got a release date for this game in addition to this new trailer, April 7th. So we've still got a little ways to go here. But Aliuk, what'd you think here? Is this going to scratch the Mass Effect itch?
I think so. I'm so intrigued by that new character too. The female octopus called Salt, I believe. It looks like she's trying to save her octopus society in space. That sounds so intriguing and so classic of like a Mass Effect game where you have these alien creatures. I mean, it's an octopus from Earth, but out there it's an alien, right? What other animal from Earth could make it into space? It has to be an octopus. Yes. Yeah, it's so classic to Mass Effect to have these creatures out in space, like intelligent beings that can speak, and you interact with them as a human, or
like the Elcor from Mass Effect.
Yeah. It's just so cool looking. It looks like it's going to be a very emotionally impactful story too. You're learning about this other society. It looks really fun, and I definitely want to jump into it. I did play Mass Effect 2 and 3, and it feels like there's something missing in the game space where we need a game like this again.
Yeah, because theoretically there's a new Mass Effect game in development at BioWare, but EA just came under new ownership, and I'm somewhat skeptical that new ownership will continue to fund that game to the finish line, and I hope I'm wrong, but we are definitely getting Exodus, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
And so what do you think of this game?
Yeah, it's funny. I was like reading some more stuff about it, and it's Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast is
That's
publishing
who's publishing it, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even really realize that this was going to be kind of more of clearly trying to be like a I mean, I guess everything trying to be a franchise these days, but
well, I mean, Hasbro's they're making a legit entry into games. I mean, of course they've got Baldur's Gate 3, which won every Game of the Year award you could ask for. They're doing Warlock, which we talked about earlier in this,
of course.
And now they're publishing this too. I believe the name of the developer on this is Archetype. They're based out of Austin, Texas. But yeah, Hasbro is they're not kidding around in the game space here anymore.
Yeah, no, it looks really, really good. I mean, the Mass Effect games are incredible. Almost all of them are, and it's very, very. This looks great. Like I'm very excited, and I always love any kind of game that has just a weird. Oh my God!
If basically, I'll end it on this. If this game can be 80% of Mass Effect, like 80% is good,
yeah,
we're all in for a huge treat. So we've got still a good 6 months, actually more than that. We've got like 6-7 months to go here before this one, but it's looking really promising. We're seeing, I mean, that's like straight up Mass Effect 3 kind of gameplay right there.
Yeah.
So we shall see in the coming months on this one. All right. Back in 2022, NCSoft showed off a stunning open-world shooter codenamed Project Triple L, which looked even more impressive at last year's Gamescom when it got re-revealed with an official title. And this year, we got a chance to talk to some of the developers. Here's a closer look at Cinder City, and IGN's coverage of Gamescom Opening Night Live will continue right after this.
Returning to Gamescom once again is Cinder City, the open-world cinematic third-person shooter set in a dystopian world during the 23rd century. Here to talk about how the game has progressed since its initial reveal is James Bay, CEO of Big Fire Game. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Now, for folks who are hearing about Cinder City for the first time, can you give us a top-level explanation of what the game is and how it plays?
예, 신더시티는 그 MMO.
Cinder City is a MMO shooter game that sets place at a dystopian, disrupted soul, and it can accommodate hundreds to thousands of players at the same time, and it's mainly a PvE game.
Now, let's talk about the development. How has the game come along since it was first revealed at Gamescom last year?
The core system and the overall structure, including the combat system, are largely in place. So we are putting most effort in expanding the amount of content in-game.
Speaking of content, people actually had the chance to test it out for the first time in the alpha test that Cinder City had recently. Were there any learnings from that, and how are you implementing that critical player feedback into the game?
Very recently, we have conducted pre-alpha tests for about 3 days. We have accumulated about 7,000 US gamers overall, and they were able to play the prologue part of the game at the very beginning, which is composed of a solo mission, then progressed into an open world, so they were able to experience the open world part as well. And we were sort of targeting more experienced players, aiming to sort of lean toward a more challenging aspect of the game. So it was difficult for some players, but overall, it progressed fairly smoothly.
Well, it does seem like there was a lot of people that got to go hands-on in that alpha test. I'm wondering, what sort of feedback did you get from those players, and what kind of feedback do you find the most helpful to develop the game in the right track?
What we focused the most was the stability. We tried to ensure that there was no crash and there was no bug during the test that erupted during the test. For most parts, including the graphic and the storytelling of the story, we got a very positive feedback. And we also try to focus on the optimization and the loading part, but we've also got some feedback on that front as well. Some of the feedback that was noticeable was the overall combat balance of the game, the difficulty level, and how there were some shortages in the ammunition. There were also feedbacks on how we needed more guidance on the targeting the creatures in terms of targeting their vulnerable parts. So that feedback was very useful. But overall, we were satisfied and with the results and how the client and the running of the game went very smoothly and with stability.
I'm curious, are there plans for any more public alphas in the future for players that maybe missed this past one?
지금 나온 피드백들은 이제 바로 수정을 하고 있고요.
Yes, we are currently working on reflecting the feedback that we have received from alpha tests, and we do have further alpha tests ahead in our schedule as early as 3 months later. But for the next test, we plan to expand the region or the target group to include not only the US, but also the Europe and some Asian countries.
Now, let's move on and talk about the MMO aspects of Cinder City. Can you talk to me about the systems of the game? How do players progress in power? What does gear and loot look like? And what goals should players expect in an MMO like this?
슈터로서 슈팅을 이제
It's basically a shooter game, yes, but we have 5 archetype characters in place when players first open Cinder City. We try to include as many race and countries as possible. They all have different play styles. The main character is a very attack focused, and the other characters have a tanker position where they are they specialize in the defense mechanism, and some other characters are focused on assisting. So they can heal and etc. And combining these features with the shooting style, players can enjoy different types of experience. And once the initial prologue and solo mission is completed, the players can explore this 10 by 10 vast map of Seoul, an open world map, and it can accommodate thousands of people. We have a party system, aka squad system in place. So people can join a squad and they can also hunt and shoot NPCs in the way together and explore the city. They can go underground. They have the freedom of movement using the vehicles that are in place, such as 4-seater vehicles and bikes and stuff.
What platforms will the game be available on, and where is crossplay something that you're planning for within those platforms as well?
지금은 이제 PC와 기본적으로 이제
we plan to launch both on console and PC, and for PC we plan to support Steam, Purple, our NC's own platform, and GeForce Now. Cross-platform play is possible, but since a shooter is more playable with just mouse and the keyboard, so considering the usability part, we are not sure if we are going to service that cross-platform play.
I'm curious, are you targeting a specific release window for Cinder City?
Our goal is to release it in the first quarter of 2027, next year.
All right, well, that's super exciting. James, is there anything you want to share with the audience before we let you go today?
I know, including myself, a lot of MMO shooter fans are waiting for a very fun, well-made MMO type shooter game. So we are trying to please and satisfy that target group. We are working towards that goal, and to that end, we plan to conduct similar tests in the way continuously, and we hope to meet our audience soon.
James, thank you so much for joining me today. If you missed the last Cinder City playtest, keep your eyes peeled for more chances to play ahead of its release. We've got more Gamescom coming up, so stick around.
Oh, we're live. Guys, this is it.
Nobody's in my ear. All right. It is almost time for us to wrap. I'm watching trailers. I'm having a good time over here just recapping all this stuff.
Video games.
All
I love
right. It's almost time to wrap up, but we do still have more video games to talk about, so let's do it. PUBG DeadNet. That was a fun new little surprise, kind of some new twist on PUBG. Jeffrey, is this up your alley? 1996. The 90s are in right now.
Yeah. It looked really cool. I was very excited about it, just the vibe of it, the colorful, the kind of like grungy sort of like what's the name of that humor where it's just very like I don't know. Like what's the word to describe the like pulling the grenade and you're like, oh shit, you know, like. And I don't know, that feels like a very fun, colorful thing. Yeah, like this just very like, it's like such a, I don't know how to explain it.
Chat help.
It's like, what's the word? It's like, it's very like, I'm trying not to curse because it's just very like, it's like badass gameplay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just something like that.
It kind of reminds me of like old Xbox comedy.
Yeah, like the online multiplayer, like the, you know, just something. Yeah, I didn't even know this was PUBG and when we were watching the trailer, and it was just like, yeah, it's just very just like, yeah, I don't care. It almost kind of, okay, you know what? I think I've found a game that's similar, that the vibe is Borderlands. That kind of like in your
I see
face,
where you're coming from with that.
Kind of like, yeah, and it just has
a third-person Borderlands.
Yeah, it's just a very kind of dog-eat-dog world. Like it looks fun. I feel like this is just kind of like one of those games that I feel like you grow up with. Like you're like very like GTA 5 online or GTA, you know, online kind of like you're running around and doing whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's very. Everything is so violent though. But yeah.
Yeah, it's so colorful and chaotic at the same time. Mm-hmm. And something I do struggle with when it comes to shooters is shooters not having like a unique identity. And I feel like this is very, when I like now I know, okay, 90s grunge, this is going to be the PUBG DeadNet game. It looks so fun. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but I laughed when I saw the body sliding down the hill, like a full team of 4 body sliding.
It's like a meme sort of kind of, like very kind of like, it's just like, we'll just do whatever in this
looks
game.
Like 3-person teams is what appears to be the case here. Mm-hmm. And then the question is, how many other people are in the game with you? That's is this a 100-player kind of situation, or
also we're not even talking about the Annabelle doll style. Yeah. Like what is happening in this gameplay? Yeah, I don't know. I get the vibe that this is just kind of like one of those like I'm also curious why it's set in the 90s. Like, what is the reason for it other than aesthetic? Which I'm not complaining. I mean, I feel like again, like this obviously appeals to like a certain demographic, people who are old, and myself
Hey, I resemble that remark. Wait a second.
I'm also in the 90s.
I was in high school in 1996.
Oh my god,
that was a good year.
I love that this show has just been a retrospective of like how far Ryan has like, well, I did this in 2008, and I'm
Let me tell you about all these old things.
Did they have games back then, Ryan? No, but I think this is a very fun, kind of silly, like, I want to say, like, I don't know if we're allowed to curse on here. Like, it's like, it feels like a shit posty type of, you know what I mean? Like the kind of humor is just like, you know what this is, like, you know exactly what you're getting. It's very silly and fun. And like, every level and kind of gameplay moment feels very like unique. And like this trailer stood out to me. And then when it was like PUBG, I was like, oh, okay. Perhaps I've judged you too harshly.
Yeah. I think
Go ahead.
The question I had when I was watching was when you mentioned, like, is it 100 players? It's PUBG. Is it Battle Royale? Is it going to be a new extraction type game? And I'm looking at the trailer description here on the IGN site, and it says a new multiplayer FPS with roguelite progression. What is that going to be like?
Okay, so it is first person. I had that wrong. I apologize for that from earlier.
Okay.
So
all right, roguelite progression. That's cool. All right. this will be one to keep an eye on for sure.
It's not third person.
First.
It's like first and third. Or?
Yeah, there could be a third person camera option.
I was like, that feels.
Yeah, maybe in vehicles.
All right, let's totally flip the script here. Sort of. Actually, it's not like a complete 180 to Crazy Taxi.
Yes.
Jeffrey.
Yes.
Speaking of old stuff.
Yeah. Don't want to sing the rest of it for copyright reasons.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm really
Offspring
excited.
will come for their nickel.
I'm sorry, Sega. Yeah, I mean, Crazy Taxi. Who isn't a Crazy Taxi fan? I mean, obviously, I'm excited. They recently announced that Axel is coming to, or like he's about to be in Sonic Racing Cross World. So love that we're going to be able to get a little bit more Crazy Taxi before this comes out. But yeah, this new trailer was the multiplayer mode, which I don't think was in the original. I mean, definitely not like this. But yeah, I'm really excited about this. Like, I love, this was like the original kind of, one of the first racing games I ever played. Not to feel, I'm not trying to be as retrospective as Ryan here, but, I played this on the GameCube. I played the Crazy Taxi, the arcade modes, and then there was like the other, kind of like that world when like The Simpsons Road Rage came out, and like that kind of very fun thing. And like, I think a multiplayer version of this would be really, really fun and exciting. And it looks so good. I mean, like, that looks like exactly what I would want from like a Crazy Taxi. And the World Tour has me being like, okay, well, where else are we gonna go in this game?
Where are we going?
Where
in the world? I thought I saw San Francisco in there at some point.
I mean, the hills.
Oh yeah,
my town. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they're gonna have like the Pizza Hut and the KFC and all of the like, like the very like branded like
product placement.
Yeah, like it was just so. It was like they did it in such a comical way, and yeah. But this looks really cool.
That looks like LA
I'm
right
excited
there.
for Crazy Taxi.
All right, let's do stage tour. I don't know if I'm going to lose the rest of the audience right now, but
no way.
I'm a massive Rock Band / Guitar Hero fan.
Mm-hmm.
I have, in fact, I've been writing these little pieces on IGN almost every day in celebration of the 25th anniversary of Xbox. Of just every day I write sort of my memories of an Xbox game from any era of Xbox, although it's naturally been kind of leaning towards the much older days. Rock Band is one of those games for me that I wrote about, and I thought it's dead for, like, this is gone, it's never coming back, this is it, but there is an attempt being made, and the publisher, interestingly enough, is Red Octane, which is who published Guitar Hero. The game is Stage Tour, and it is Rock Band / Guitar Hero. Jeffrey, like, I mean, look at even the graphic style is exactly Rock Band and Guitar Hero, and even the frets on the noteboard are straight out of Guitar Hero.
Right. No, I'm really excited about Stage Tour. We actually had the Stage Tour devs at IGN Live this year, and they had a demo station of all the guitars, and I'm really excited about this because I feel like I have to bring up the fact that, like, a couple of years ago, Fortnite did kind of they purchased Harmonix,
yes,
and they sort
Harmonix,
Harmonix.
Harmonix, you got it. There we go.
I'm still thinking about the 2008 Ryan McCaffrey.
Is that how it was pronounced back then? Did it change?
Hey, I had the Beatles Rock Band for Nintendo Wii, and all of the controllers and all the drum sets were white, which I still have in my childhood home, and they are very yellow now, which is not as fun. But anyway, I bring up the Fortnite thing because it was very exciting. It was called Fortnite Festival. It still exists. You can play it today. And there were companies that stepped up, like Cracked, and the people who are working at Cracked times on IGN, you can find the interviews on wherever you watch IGN, and they are making the hardware in tandem for this game. Like, they started developing the guitars, and like they have the Gibson and everything, and they wanted to, because it's a little clunky to connect on Fortnite. I have to admit, like, and I think that's probably why it's not as sort of prominent as we want it to be, because like there is a huge rhythm game community even now, and like there's also, I'm really excited for Stage Tour because there's like a roguelite sort of element. It's called
really?
Tor. Yeah, we have it on in our IGN preview, and it's like they randomize the set list, and there's different kind of power-ups and paths, and it's like that sounds really fun, of just like, okay, instead of a quick play, you can just kind of go and do this sort of gamified version of it, and they're making the drum sets, they're making like the hardware, and like I feel like in a world where we're wanting more co-op stuff, like we need this to be big. We need to come back together, go over to a friend's house, play this game. There's so many guitars in the game, and like I'm really excited. And they showed some of the artists, and it's like all the hits.
I have a list here from the press release. I mean, it flashed up on the screen there. There were a bunch of them, but Avril Lavigne, Black Eyed Peas, Blink-182, The Clash, The Cure, Def Leppard, Duran Duran, Fall Out Boy, Genesis, Phil Collins action for you. Jeff Buckley's in here, Mastodon, Megadeth on the more metal side, Metallica's in here, Motley Crue, Muse, Olivia Rodrigo,
hello,
Paramore, heck yeah, Chili Peppers, the Rolling Stones are in here, Slipknot. Smash Mouth with, of course, you know what song that's going to be. Space Hog, Static X, Tenacious D getting in on this, Weezer, and ZZ Top. So, like, and that's not even all of them. I just sort of cherry-picked stuff that I thought people might care about. But that's like, those are some seriously big name. It's not just like, oh, we got a bunch of indie things that nobody's ever heard of, which doesn't mean it's not bad, but they got some big names going on here.
Yeah. They mentioned that it was 6 decades worth of songs here. So you can
6 decades. That's how long Ryan has worked at IGN.
That's
just
why
kidding.
he's
It's
able
the
to recognize
30s.
all of them.
We played actual guitar in the office. None of this pretend plastic toy crap that you kids do now.
I want to get the drum set, the hardware drum set. I want to get the guitars. Like I want to have that stuff again. Like I want to,
Is there going to be a singer?
There was,
Yes.
there was a microphone that they showed
Okay,
there. They're
cool.
not showing any of the like karaoke lyrics on top in this trailer, but yes, there was a mic there.
All right. Something for
'cause,
everyone.
Like in all seriousness, besides just the fact that we want to see the rhythm genre, the plastic instrument genre come back, the plastic instruments themselves have been out of print, if you will, forever, where they're really hard to come by, and if you do come by them, they're expensive on eBay, right? You have to just buy something. Like I've been just clutching delicately the couple functioning Rock Band guitars I still have at home. So the fact that they're doing a new drum set and new guitars for this, I admit I hadn't really been aware of this game until now, and now I'm very aware of this game.
They've been also, again, like I know so much about this because I've interviewed some of the people behind it, and they have like really big creators in the rhythm game space. Like Asai28 has been on a bunch of IGN stuff, and he's consulting on this. So like there's a lot of love going into this game that I'm really, really excited about. And like, the karaoke, I just wanted to just be like easy, and then you can play it offline too, so you don't have to like go into Fortnite and blah blah. I want to be clear, you guys know I love Fortnite, I love the Fortnite festival, but like I'm really excited that there should be more competition in that space. And like, even though I can't use my like guitar that has a Wii remote to like opening to put in there, I'm excited for this.
All right, so before we go, real quick, like super quick, favorite game of opening night live. Alec, I'll let you go first.
It's gonna be
I'm putting you guys on the
It's gonna
spot.
be the Witcher 3 songs of the past. Like that is what I wanted. That's what I came to see Gamescom for. I just wanted to see that. It looks incredible. I cannot wait to play and jump back into the Witcher world.
You did not hesitate. It's a very legit answer. Jeffrey, what do you got?
So obviously Stage 4. We ran out of time to talk about it, but Loft Song looked really cool. That kind of like, it was like very sound oriented, very like Journey-esque, like no language like that. I love a game where you can just get lost in it.
Nice call. Yeah, for me, it's I'm just gonna do a two-way tie. Gears of War E-Day and Warlock D&D. Those two jumped out at me, and again had the privilege of actually playing Gears. So check that out on IGN now. But that will wrap it up for our opening night live post show here on IGN. If you missed any of the ONL trailers and reveals, we've got them all on IGN.com and IGN's YouTube channel, so you can catch up. And believe it or not, we're actually just getting started with our Gamescom 2026 coverage here at IGN. For the next 5 days, we'll be streaming live from Cologne, Germany, and bringing you tons of coverage out of Gamescom, including interviews with the developers making the coolest stuff, plus exclusive trailers, never before seen gameplay, the Gamescom award show, and so much more you will not want to miss. But until then, thank you to my fantastic co-hosts, and we'll see you at Gamescom.